which bills suffered this fate and how they can be recalled to the Senate. Or if they have become law, how they can be amended. So thank you for that. You liberated the Senate in that sense. Now, if you look at the debate in the Senate today, it's different from the debate in the Senate before July, before 25th June. And that's what happened. So the conflict of interest bill has got issues, I agree, but there's a general agreement that the bill has to be recalled and to be fixed. It was manipulated in the Senate. So the other thing, we have the question of the internet in Busia. Yes, somehow the Ugandan systems seem to be stronger than the Kenyan systems in whatever. And so, and that I used to have it. I used to have it in my. I used to have it in my village also. So one time, right, my village is fairly remote from anywhere else. Called Kwangamoro village. It's totally remote from civilization. So we used to have a little bit of interference and overlapping from the Ugandan networks. So one time I ran into Bob Colimo, and after when the TV station had been banned and what have you, I ran into Bob Colimo. He was quite a gentleman, so we chatted. So when he asked me for my number, I gave him my Airtel number. And he said, for heaven's sake, how can you give me the CEO of Safaricom? How do you give me an Airtel number? You don't have a Safaricom number. I told him, yes, I have a Safaricom number, but I can't use it when I'm at home because it's overridden by the Ugandan systems, hardly audible, and sometimes by whatever. So he asked me, where is your village? So I told him my village, where it was. And within 2-3 weeks, people on the ground surveying, and they erected a mast for Safaricom, and our networks improved. And that was not enough. When Celtel saw that, they also came in my village and they erected another mast of Airtel. So my village has got two powerful masts. Been able to use this what do you call Wi-Fi when I'm in the middle of my village because of those masts being there. But it's in the middle of nowhere in Busia. So the problem of Busia is marginalization. Even if you look at the power that we have in Western Province, I think it's 11 kV or something like that. So we are heavily marginalized as a region. Those who are old enough to remember that at one time Idi Amin claimed the boundary of Kenya was in Naivasha. That's when Jomo Kenyatta sort of began looking over this side of the country. Even TV stations, when we began, we used to receive the TV from Uganda. Even my father's telephone, the post office box number, when we were growing up, was in Tororo, Uganda, box 8, Tororo. And we used to go on bicycles every Saturday to go and pick letters, check if there were letters in my father's mailing box, box 8, Tororo in Uganda. So you'll find that there's marginalization, and the Kenyan state in Busia is very, very thin. If you go to the waters of Lake Victoria, the Kenyan state is hardly visible, with Ugandan fellows coming and terrorizing our fishermen, fisher folk, and what have you. So the absence of the Kenyan state in the border areas is a thing for concern. Even the boundary of Kenya was varied somewhere in Busia by Idi Amin when there was a complaint and he built a road, and the boundary shifted by about 20 meters or something into Kenya. It is now there. It's become a de facto boundary. So these things are there. The Kenyan state is largely absent. But the irony of it is that I think Busia, Nairobi, and Mombasa are the only counties that have the entire establishment of the Kenyan government. All ministries are there. If you go to Minyeri, you might not get some ministries. But come to Busia, all the ministries in Nairobi are in Busia, all the ministries that are. So you wonder why Busia strategic as it is, important as it is so marginalized, but has a lot of money. Go to any bank in the morning in Busia and see the bundles of money being banked. You don't know where this money comes from. But when you look at the economy of the area, it's totally deprived, totally desolate. So there are issues that need to be done, some at the national level, some at the county level. But at the county level, we are beginning to deal with these issues. And we hope that along the line, the governor will stop fighting me and we cooperate and see how we can help each other to achieve this. We have got Samia and Bunyala. These are hardship areas. I had never gone there, but when I go to a place, those who know, the place like Namuduru in Samia, when I got there the first time when I was campaigning for the first time, I was shocked by the kind of water the people were drinking on the shores of Lake Victoria. They were drinking surface runoff. The kind of waters my cows in the other part of Busia cannot drink. But these are people drinking it. So I've also had to pursue that thing. And right now, if you check the map of arid and semi-arid areas, you will find counties in Busia, sub-counties in Busia, that's Funyula and Bunyala, are now clearly marked as arid and semi-arid. I'm now pushing for the same benefits that go to Northeastern for semi-arid and arid areas to come to these areas of Busia. Take the question of flooding in Bunyala. It has become a shop for some people. Yet the permanent solutions can be found. The lake is overflowing. There's a bit of backflow right now. We know that the Ugandans constructed the Bujagali a power station on Bujagali Falls. We need to know whether this is the same thing that happened in the early 60s, after the Owen Falls were set up. The lake suffered a similar backflow until diversions were created to allow water to flow into Egypt. I don't know whether the Bujagali Falls is responsible for what is happening today. A lot of people have been displaced by the lake. And many people don't know that Busia has got a big chunk of Lake Victoria. So if Lake Victoria is overflowing and it's flowing backwards into the homes of people. So that could be an international problem that needs the intervention of the national government, with the Ugandan government, to find out with a scientific study why is the lake flowing back? Why is the lake not flowing into Egypt? Is the Bujagali Falls the reason, just like the Owen Falls were some time back? So the issues of Busia should be understood in that case. And I think some of them I'm able to tackle and I'm trying to tackle. Others I'm escalating to the national government and they should be tackled at that level. Although sometimes the problem is you go to these offices and they tell you now you need to support the president. But the opposition is only of supporting the president when he goes wrong and you oppose his wrong actions, you are supporting him. Those of you who watched the video of when I spoke to the president in Busia last year, telling him follow the law or we will fight you or things like those. If the president followed the law, the Gen Zs would not have gone to the street. You would have done what you should always do. This country would be doing very well. But the disregard for the law is what is bringing us here. There was another question on corruption in Busia. Yes, I agree there's been a heavy corruption in Busia and it just Hmm? Hmm?
Corruption in Busia is interfering with you, Senator. Afro, how do you want to take this further? Maybe we can give
So
Senator.
I think what we do, corruption is
Hello, Senator. You can hear me?
endemic in Busia, just like it is in other parts of the country. And the question of law enforcement, the Office of the Auditor General is compromised. They just publish poetry about Busia. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission is compromised. They take no action. I've sent them intelligence on theft or pending theft, where people have come to me with the insider information. And because of what the courts ruled when I was fighting the SDR, that I got documents illegally, you can't use them. I've got a lot of court documents that I have that I acquired illegally from whistleblowers and whatever, but because they're up to the Supreme Court, they said I can't use them to any value. I'm helpless. That's why I've written to the. Well, that's why I've gone to court to try and force the court itself then to order that the governor hands over the official version, officially hands over these documents to me. But as we speak right now, the forensic audit I've done on Busia, we cannot account for 2.3 billion shillings in a budget year. The budget of Busia is only about 8 billion shillings. When you take away the salaries and whatever recurrent expenditure, then 2.8 from development cannot be accounted for. What are you dealing with? 2.3 cannot be accounted for. What are you dealing with? But that I cannot use it in court. I cannot use it anywhere because the court say you must acquire this document through the front door. That a whistleblower cannot whistleblow to a citizen. A whistleblower cannot whistleblow to the same authorities that are doing the mistakes. Those are the courts. That's what they have done. So they have totally contained the constitution into the old order. So I've got a lot of documentation on corruption in Busia. Even so, last time there was a break-in in my office, but I'm also.com in a way. Most of these things are on the cloud. So whatever was taken did not compromise the information I have. So, but I cannot use that information in any effective way until I go to the courts and say, give me this information. When you write to the governor, when I wrote the governor saying, give me ABCD, tell me the amount of money you found on the accounts of the county government when you took over, and how did you account for it? Give me this document. How come this vehicle, which was rejected by your former, which was supplied by people close to yourself, which when brand new at Isuzu Kenya, goes only for 5.6 million shillings, and you have paid 13 million shillings for it, ex Japan. How? All those things you don't get. When I went to court, I was even stoned when I was leaving court. Goons were hired to hammer me. Goons were sent to try and eliminate me in my home. Fortunately, I had left. So when you end up in a very toxic environment like that, then you begin asking yourself very, very difficult questions because you have what you can use to deal with the public. The courts have said you cannot use it. And like the SGR things that I was condemned for having got in illegally, I still wonder whether I got them illegally. Because these things were brought to Parliament. There was a time when there was a heavy debate in 2011, I think, between Parliament and the executive over how the SGR had been conceptualized and effected. So when these people were summoned, they came with documentation. It was a public hearing, which I attended. But I had the presence of mind when people went for lunch. I gave the clerks. I asked the clerks if they could photocopy for me. They said if they got paper, they could photocopy the documents. So I went. I got paper. I bought paper. I brought to the clerks. They ran them for me. I got my copies. I took to the office. I came back. So when you say that I acquired the documents illegally, and this was a public forum where people attended, and the MPs who represent the people were looking at these documents, how did those documents become illegal? After the deals were made, after the deals were made, that's when now people, when they came from lunch, I think some sweetheart deals have been made. The documents were mopped up and taken away. And when you tell the court this is how I acquired these documents, they say you stole them. Documents tabled and are confidential. I don't know now. Then what's the purpose of public participation if what is document tabled there cannot be released to the public? If it's confidential, the committee should go in camera and listen to people in camera. But if it is done in the public, with the public, the presence of the public, how does it become confidential? And then you realize the last time the Supreme Court made a ruling just before they banned Ahmed Nasir from appearing there, senior counsel. They made a ruling in which they dedicated a whole paragraph, 49, discussing me, saying that I'm embarrassing the court and I'm going to take drastic action if I don't stop. I was a party to the litigation. That issue was not before the court. The court never told which video it is they had seen on social media of me condemning the court. The only thing the court that I mentioned on social media is when the Justice Lanaola attacked him that he had seen a Cyprian Nyakundi claiming that I had said I don't know ABCD. But I've never known, I've never known what to say. So for me, these things that we have, what is happening in this country, the corruption in Busia is system is endemic, is systemic, but it's also reflective of the corruption we have across the country, including dishonesty in the judiciary. The last time we went,
Senator, please allow me to interject a little on one suggestion with regard to that question of evidence illegally obtained.
yeah.
Do you think it's time to move an amendment to the Evidence Act, to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act, so that we make exceptions for evidence? Because how else will you acquire evidence of corruption? It's not like these guys will come and give you evidence of them being corrupt. Is it time to amend maybe the statutes that are there, which protect that issue of using evidence that is, acquired in a questionable, quote unquote, questionable manner? And then when I have the mic, because I won't have the opportunity, a friend of mine has asked me to ask you, with that issue of recalling MPs, isn't it better to test that constitutional provision, even using that judgment of Katiba as it is right now? Because already I am aware some constituencies have begun the process before we begin looking at the issues of where the judges overreached and became managers rather than stating the law as it is. Sorry for interjecting. That's all.
Well, I think it can be
Yes,
done
and
because I
if
think
you can
2 years,
add
the
this to
timeline
it,
they gave us
that
almost for practical purposes, it's there. But I think the LSSK needs to simply still appeal that thing so that that restriction is not imposed. But for the current parliament, that restriction I think does not apply, except for when we go towards the close and the fact that you can only attempt once and not twice or thrice. So that's what I think I would put in terms of that. What was the other question?
On the legally obtained evidence, is it time to move an
Yes.
amendment to the Evidence Act and to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act so that even if it's an exception only on matters corruption, we have an exception that you can use this evidence regardless of how it was acquired? Because corrupt people will not come and give you evidence of them being corrupt.
Yes, that's I think what needs to be done. And so that also the Whistleblower Act should also be amended to show whom the whistleblower can be. Because take a case whereby somebody is working in a government institution, he has access to very, very sensitive information that is corrupt nature, not necessarily the strategic interest of the country, of corrupt nature, and he goes to Boniface Mwangi and gives Boniface Mwangi that information because he has got confidence in Boniface Mwangi. He's not trusting the police, or he believes that even if he gave to the police, it may not go anywhere. The police themselves are in handcuffs from those who control executive power. So, could it be legitimate for a whistleblower to give Boniface Mwangi a document? So, and I think also the Evidence Act needs to be amended to allow for a ring fence provision whereby citizens can inform other citizens on corruption, and the document then is tested on its validity, on its what on its own veracity, because these are documents saying ABC has happened. It should be able to be adjudicated. We do not have a, just like the Article 40 Clause 6 says that you don't have a right to stolen property. People should not use this to have a right to stolen property by making it impossible to have evidence produced adduced against them. So the Evidence Act need to be looked at. And that's why I was saying that maybe people who are more better endowed than myself, people who have gone to law school, people who have studied these things, need to look at the laws of Kenya and align them to the Constitution of Kenya. And also, we need also to demarcate constitutional proceedings away from the ordinary civil proceedings and criminal proceedings. The failure to separate constitutional proceedings from ordinary civil proceedings is the other problem we are having. That largely, constitutional proceedings are handled under the civil procedures, which are limited to an extent that are protecting individuals. Constitutional proceedings are public law. The government has no rights. Rights belong to people. The government has only the mandate, is a duty holder, is a duty bearer where rights are involved. So that that provision can be ring-fenced, that in constitutional proceedings, how evidence is acquired is not important. What's important is what does the evidence bring to the case? How does it help the court determine this dispute? And if we did that we had a clear procedure for constitutional proceedings, I know we have got what they call the Mutunga rules, which guide some of the proceedings under Article 22, but you also have the provisions of the Constitution which lie outside the Bill of Rights. What governs them when you're proceeding? Are they still the Mutunga rules? So there's a need to look at the laws of this country and maybe now have three procedures. We have got a procedure in criminal law, procedures in civic matters, and procedures in constitutional disputes. Then that way maybe we shall help ourselves. So the other thing I'll go to when I'm answering will be what is left. I've done with the question of tribalism. I've dealt with the issues of infrastructure in Busia. I've dealt with the question of recycling leaders generally. I've dealt with the police ruling on the use of certain gadgets during riots and the disobedience of those orders and how the fellows are supposed to be held accountable. I have also dealt with the question of the statistics. I've dealt with the right to recall in relation to the decision by the Katiba Institute. The last question is that, will I run for president if the people say I should run for president? My answer is why not? But not run for president because I want to be president, but run for president because the people think I'm the best driver of the vehicle they have invented. If there's a clear vehicle that wants to turn the direction of this country and people think I'm the best driver to drive it, I will have a duty to do so. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. For now, nothing is ruled out, nothing is ruled in. Everything is possible. Because I'll tell you, when you are at war, you don't leave the war to soldiers. War is never won by soldiers. War is won by the general population, which rises up behind the soldiers. So if there's a groundswell that we need to go in that direction, then the rules of engagement must be very clear, but it must be me leading a team where I'm not indispensable, not a personality cult. Otherwise, I'll be set up for failure. There must be clear in structures within which I'll operate, within which my influence will be limited, within which I can say no to the temptations of power. I'm not superhuman. So there must be those clear terms of engagement, but most important, as part of a team, not as an individual, collecting all manner of characters to propel him over the pass line. So the issue is open. But first of all, there has to be evidence that the agency have registered as voters. And that one is a minimum, an irreducible minimum. There has to be change to the way elections are done, that the presidential election will be declared at the constituency and not at Bomas. And then what remains just aggregation of what happened. We must have a digital election. If those things are in place, I comfortably run for the president of this country if the people of Kenya think I'm the best candidate within the particular moment to do so. But we must work and get ourselves to that point whereby we have tamper-proof elections that can be declared in real time without those who cook election having times to manipulate and interfere with the elections. That could be my answer.
Afro, I have another question to the senator. Can I proceed?
I wanted to get a fresh someone to ask a question. Let me ask.
Let, let me just ask because it is the issue that kuna issue aliongelea and I really want to get it done. So can I proceed?
Okay, please ask one last question. We have many people.
Okay, just a minute. Okia Umtata, you had talked about Busia airstrip. There is this area from Busia Kwanzia Tanaka. From Tanaka, when you go all the way to Roadblock, that area is where we term it as the airstrip. But the area right now have people building on that land, yet it is government land. People have grabbed it. As the senator, what are you doing to ensure that we still have an airstrip in Busia? The other issue is if you go to Busia Korinda area, there is this area in Korinda where the government had moved market just opposite Busia prisons. That market since then has never been functional because there are people who wanted to get rent from those people that were buying shops. I tried to purchase a shop there I tried to purchase a shop there in 2022, but 2021, 2022, but I was not successful because I was told, bring money so that we can give you a shop. They were asking for 150,000 to give me a kiosk, that place. I declined and bought a shop just close to Roadblock. The other last question is, Okio Mtata, right now we are having a revolution whereby the president was speaking about budgets and borrowing. Don't you think you legislators are earning a lot of money which should be cut at least to around 250,000 shillings per legislator so that we can create more jobs and create more income for the country? Because we have to live by our means. We should not go out borrowing. What is your take on that? On the salaries of MPs being cut? Thank you.
Sawa sawa. Thanks, Six. I think, Senator, there was a lady who had been trying to put a question through. Hannah, are you ready to give your whatever? And I can see Mariam also has her hand up.
Yes, thank you, Afrocentric and Chege. I think you couldn't hear me, so I had to drop out and come back. Thank you, Afro. Senator, thank you for a very informative and lengthy description and discussion on matters that you were asked. But in regards to the last question, if I may start there, but I wanted to talk about something else. There is no safeguarding the evidence. I don't think would do anything much if we are not giving any incentives to the whistleblowers. That's number one. Number two, whistleblower protection. If the whistleblowers are not protected, then you would not have many people who have any reason to come forward with this. So I don't know why that up to now there is actually in the law, there is no provisions for the whistleblower. There is no protection for those whistleblowers. Because if there was, believe you me, we would have more whistleblowers and maybe things would not get as ugly as they have. Now, that said and done, there was the petition that you said send it to you or bring it to you. That petition has already been brought to the House. And I'm sorry, Kenyans, but I don't know. Why do we have proportion representation if those women rep are not actually working on matters to do with women, matters that affect women? They're there and they're supposed to be at the center of legislations making that affect directly or indirectly affecting women. So for me, I think that also is a failure. I don't know how other women in Kenya feel, but I think it's a man's world out there. Yes, the government have tried. They've said women representation, a proportion representation. They've allocated some seats for us. This was actually Western propagated, but is it still delivering for women? I do not think so. If this bill is there with the woman Senate and it's still not being touched, there's a lot of decisions and there are a lot of policies surrounding women's right that the government, people who are representing women are actually not on most of those caucuses. And if they're there, they're actually overpowered by the men in those caucuses. So I don't know how our representation in this houses where the legislations are made is helping us, because you would see some caucus are more men than women, and these are decisions that are being made that affect women directly or indirectly more than the men, and women are not there despite the allocation of seats for women. So back to you, Senator. Thank you very much.
Mariam?
Oh, thank you. Thanks a lot. Good morning, Afrocentric. Now, I had two questions. One of them was when it comes to the county budgets, kindly, Senator, how much of it is allocated to salaries? That is, I would want to know how much of it is allocated to the wages and operational issues. And then the second question I had was around procurement. You know, when we're talking about corruption, we talk about it very vaguely, but we don't pinpoint where the money is lost when we say corruption. I think most of the money is usually lost in procurement. So do they use County Procurement Act or do they use a National Procurement Act? And I really hope he could answer me directly so that I can give a follow-up question. And the next thing I wanted to ask him is how can he streamline
Procurement is done by the national legislation. There's no county legislation for
or
procurement.
the act itself?
Yeah.
So is it possible for us to have it on a county level? Because, for example, when I'm looking at your portal right now, I'm not able to access your tender documents because they're restricted. And we know that the counties lose a lot of money in, of course, wages and in the procurement. And how they lose it in the procurement is in the inflated bills because of the kickbacks and all that. And we know why people do kickbacks. So is it possible to streamline the Procurement Act on the county level? And number two, is it possible to have your budget uploaded on a portal that is open to everyone, and then all the tenders that are won to be put on the portal, actually the three top tenders, so that they can be open to public scrutiny, so that if there's anything that has been inflated, people can actually challenge it and they can be withdrawn from that tender process. Is it possible to do that? I think that's really one way of streamlining the corruption issue on a county level. So my first question to you was, what percentage of your budget goes to the wage? Can you answer me now, please, so that I can ask a follow-up question?
And the wage bill should not be more than 35% of the entire budget. And development expenditure.
I'm sorry. No, I've asked you a very specific question because I know that only 11 counties are able to adhere to the 35% threshold that has been recommended, and your county is not among them. So what percentage
Mariam,
of your Mhm.
just wait for him to finish.
No, he already said it was supposed to be, Chege. He said it was supposed to be, but I've asked him how much is it. He said it's supposed to be 35%.
Allow him to finish.
Yeah, no, I think I've gotten her question. My account is not among them. I think my account is in the 40s, about 48%, but you don't have the latest audit because the audits that you have sent from the control of budget is a 2021 audit. That's the one I've been able to scrutinize. I'm currently scrutinizing the budgets from 2022, the 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024 budgets, because even the reports from the country, from the Auditor General, are not so clear. So I've had to retain the services of a private firm, which have paid 2 million shillings from my various allowances to be able to do a forensic audit on those books of what you have been able to get, including what you have been able to get illegally under the table from the treasury and from wherever. Even from the county, some officials have given us some documents. So we're subjecting them to a public audit. And that's why I was telling you that in that public audit, we are having a problem with about 2.3 billion where it had gone. And right now, we have not reached to audit the current state of affairs in the county assembly, because when the employment, the county board is also opaque. You don't know who is employed, you don't know who is not employed. It's very difficult to know what has happened there. So among the documents we require to be given to us are also documents from the county, the board, the county public board. And so I think it's a question I might not be able to pinpoint, but the fact is that the Busia County is over-established. But also there's another problem that the counties are facing, that where people are looking at counties as employment bureaus. And I'll play the advocate devil and say that most governors are terribly under fire for employment. And these are politicians who go and look for votes and make all these funny promissory things. And I think that was a mistake, because when you remember, what could cure that? Could be to centralize some of these employment opportunities so that they are done by the Public Service Commission. I don't know. Could be a wrong proposal, but there's a problem in employment across the country. And given the failure to have industries to industrialize this country, then government remains as the single largest source of jobs. So everybody's looking at the jobs. Counties are not proactive in creating an environment for investors to come and invest and create jobs. There are very, very many opportunities, even in Busia, for this kind of things. But you'll find that they are not tapped. And so what remains is that the county governments have to employ. Another thing with the percentages, if I look at in real terms, I think Busia in real terms is performing under 35% of the revenue, because a lot of revenue is being lost. On source revenue is being lost. There's no way that Busia County Council, before the constitution came in, was aggregating something up to 800 million shillings annually in collections. The county government came in, the figure continued diminishing. We are now doing about 100 million a year, 100 to 200 million a year. If you compare to the Kenya Revenue Authority, which was almost at par with the county council, is doing about 1.5 B in terms of revenues. So it's not acceptable that the money raised from the ground is being stolen on the revenue side, not necessarily on the expenditure side. So we lose the fight against the so-called theft of public resources, which we mischaracterize as corruption, when we only look at the expenditure side of things. On the revenue side of things, a lot of money is stolen. Money is collected, it never gets to the county coffers. There's a very clear law that the county government should not have accounts in commercial banks. I think Busia has got more than 20 accounts in commercial banks and things like those. So, and these are the accounts that are used to launder money. So to me, I think that in real terms of revenue, the revenue of Busia County, we are performing at around 20% in terms of employment. Because if you look at the figures of the county government, the county council, the local authorities, compared to the figures of the devolved county governments, it is not acceptable that the county government should be collecting less than those local authorities, which had less business. The tickets were cheaper, the opportunities were less. If you look at even the growth of the towns, it should be collecting over 1 billion shillings Busia County should be collecting over 1 billion shillings. Even the estimations from the government, the control of budget and the others, show that the Busia should be collecting over 1 billion shillings. And I believe they collect over 1 billion shillings. But this money never gets to the coffers of the county. So that's where we are. On the issue of the airstrip plant, as I told you that the maps in Kakamega, I think they're totally doctored. I don't know, I'm not a land surveyor or whatever. I don't know why the maps are different. I had to go to the survey of Kenya to get the maps that could show that Busia had an airstrip. There are very many things, even things of design. Somebody decided to come and put a prison in Corinda, right inside town. Why do you have a prison in town? It is sitting on about 50 acres of land. Why should a prison sit on 50 acres of land inside town? And this is a town that is a border town that cannot grow towards Uganda. It can only grow backwards into Kenya. So why should you have a prison chewing up 50 acres of land in the CBD? The prison needs to also be relocated to somewhere else where it can be of use. And then the land be released to enterprise. So the case I have against the Busia airstrip, it covers, as I told you, I did a research beginning in 1952. The question was that Parliament had validated the ownership of the airstrip land by the grabbers and had even started a process of compensating them for the same land. If the Kenya government wanted to use the land as an airstrip, they should compensate these people. There's a report of Parliament, there's a committee of Parliament that sat and made that resolution. So to overcome that, and these things were brought to Parliament, to court, to show that this was it, I had to go back and look at the records outside government records. And I was able to reconstruct a very, very clear narrative that showed that Busia did not just have one airstrip in Busia town, it had an airstrip in Funyula, it had an airstrip in Atamukura in Teso, which have all been grabbed. So out of that, I was able to get that when Alupe Hospital was made a regional center for diseases covering East and Central Africa as a center of excellence for diseases, there was need for that airstrip there. And the local people donated the land. They were not even paid for the land. It was not a compulsorily acquired. They donated the land. They were only paid for cassava. What they were paying 1 cent per cassava stem. And that's how they ceded the land to the colonial government. And an airstrip was established, which was serving these people. When an aircraft crashed in the, is it 2013? Is it 2013? No, 203. When an aircraft crashed in 203, I think it was 203. That's when machinations came up and people began saying that the airstrip was not viable, what have you. And people grabbed that land and they were in the, then they condemned the land, facilitated the grabbers to take over, and then they moved on land which was available, which had been set aside for Busia Sugar Factory. 83, it was 843 acres of land. They looked at that land, they went and grabbed that land, then they condemned the airstrip, and they went to Kenya Airports Authority, no, to the Kenya Airports Authority, and struck a deal to have the land, the airport authority buy the Nasewa land, the Busia Sugar Factory land, the 843 acres of land from them, so that they could relocate the airstrip from the Busia town to the new land they'd grabbed, and they were going to get 1.2 billion shillings in that transaction. So when I intervened and blocked that transaction, and I was able to recover the 843 acres of land and restored it, I even won the court case in the High Court, in the Court of Appeal. I went and processed the title deed, and I called the county commissioner and handed over the title deed for that land in the name of the PS Finance. I did not do it in the name of Busia County government because I knew the county government would still mess up with that land. They had no capacity to invest in 843 acres. So I registered in the name of the national government. I gave the title deed back to the national government. Then I went back and now began fighting to recover the airstrip land. And that's where the war is right now. And I've been able to establish the acreage of the airstrip from the maps I got from the survey of Kenya. And now all those title deeds are lined up for being quashed. Initially, the Attorney General did not support the case, but now the Attorney General has filed a case, has filed an affidavit in that case that is even beyond what I had filed, showing how that land is public land. With the treaties between the Kenya government, between the colonial government and the local chiefs and what have you around there. I didn't have that documentation. Because the documentation I had was from the ordinary narrative. So the AG has done an excellent job. I don't know if it's the changes in the office of the OG, I don't know. But I've filed an affidavit that has now basically where I sit. I can say that there's no way that land can remain in private hands because the record clearly shows it's public land and it's 30 acres of land. Now, the question is, can that land still be used for an airstrip? And my position is that it may not be viable for an airstrip because around it, because it was neglected, private developers with legitimate lands have since put up buildings, story buildings. Also, it is right on the border. The aircraft has to overfly Ugandan airspace sometimes before it can get to the height it needs to fly. Also, it has to go to Ugandan airspace when it wants to land before it can land. So we may need to look for alternative land in Busia, and Busia has a lot of land where the airport can, and I think Busia needs an airport, not an airstrip, because it can cover eastern Uganda, it can cover Uganda, eastern Congo, and the Sudan. You can have an international airport there, which will bring in a lot of revenues from these countries. Instead of talking about an airstrip, you have an airport, and this land is available. But then if I succeed in my case, and I hope I'll succeed, and the land is recovered and restored to the county government, the 30 acres that the airstrip sits on should be converted to should be used to replan Busia town. Busia town has got no plan. It just grew like a mushroom. Should be used to replan Busia town so that you can know what is the industrial area, what is the shopping area, what is what and what. And then maybe the people within the Busia town be given models, the owners of land, and be told, well, you're given about 5 years to upgrade your buildings to this kind of structure, or you lose ownership. So all those things need to be done. It's not a walk in the park, but it's not impossible. It may just take a bit longer. I don't believe that anything that's against the law can be impossible to do. It may just take a bit longer. As long as the law allows it, nothing is impossible. But it may not be a walk in the park. So that's where we are. And I think the other thing is salaries of MPs. Salaries of MPs is something I've engaged with for quite some time. In 2008, the MPs the first thing the MPs, around that time, the MPs just hiked their salaries. And I went and looked at the constitution. I think it was section 41 of the old constitution. And when I read it, I did not find that it really allowed people to pay themselves. And then I went and looked at the act. There was an act called the National Assembly Remuneration Act of 1978, which was moved by the late President Mwai Kibaki when he was a minister. He then moved the motion, and that's the law that allowed MPs from 1978 to begin paying themselves or setting their salaries and packs. So, Nation, I wrote an article in the Nation, and then Nation TV. No, it was a Nation. Yeah, it was Nation TV. Yeah, NTV hosted me with the then MP Mudama on the issue. And as well as I was discussing, I said that I had come, I looked at the law and I had seen this, and I'm preparing a petition to Parliament to repeal the National Assembly Remuneration Act of 1978, so that the MPs can, like everybody else, be paid by an independent body. Now, After the interview, I traveled to Busia by overnight bus. In the morning, I got a call from a number I did not know. The person introduced himself as Kibe Mungai, advocate. Kibe Mungai told me, I have watched you on TV and I have checked the laws you are referring to, and I'm surprised that this thing is there. Nobody has seen it. What I want to do is I want you, and then you have said you want to go to parliament. He said, if you go to parliament, you'll achieve nothing because that's where the problem is. I want us to go to court and file a case to have that law declared unconstitutional. So that was my first encounter with litigation. So I gave my name. Kibe Mugai drew the pleadings. We went to court. It did not move very fast. It was all this and that and the other. Eventually, we succeeded. That time the constitution had come in place and stuff. We succeeded, and the court declared the National Assembly Remuneration Act of 1978 unconstitutional, null and void, and deleted it from the laws of Kenya. That's how the mandate to pay MPs went back to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, now that the constitution had been there. But then there's been another problem that they've been claiming that the Parliamentary Service Commission should have a free hand in terms of the packs and what have you of the MPs and not the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. But my reading of it is that the Salaries and Remuneration Commission should have a free hand to set the salaries of all state officers and to direct and or guide the government on the salaries of other public officers. In fact, for state officers, it is to set their salaries. It's for other public officers that it performs an advisory role. But for state officers, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission should set salaries of state officers. MPs are state officers. The issue of the housing allowance, the MPs voted themselves. I went and litigated, and I was able to recover money from each MP. And the last time when MPs went for elections, most of them were broke because money was being recovered from their accounts out of a litigation I did and won to say that you cannot pay yourself. So that's housing, whatever was taken back. Now the Salaries and Remuneration Commission is in charge of setting salaries of state officers and advising on salaries of public officers. My argument has always been this: the salaries of the president and the salary of the sweeper, there must be a formula connecting the two. And maybe one should not be more than 10 times the other one. Right time now is n times. And if we did that we tied the salaries of the public, we made them interrelated. So the salary of the lowest paid public officer and the salary of the highest paid public officer, there's a correlation and maybe there's a formula determining those salaries. We'll get away from this issue whereby some people are paid astronomical salaries and other perks, and some people hardly get anything to do. And tied to that, we must also get to a position whereby public institutions get away from the tender mechanisms in labor, should not be allowed to subcontract for labor. Look at the security guards working for many government institutions. They issue a tender. Somebody has gotten some very poor and desperate Kenyans, trained them how to march, put them in a kraal of some house, some sort, holds them like cattle, goes and gets a tender with NSSF. NSSF pays maybe 25,000 shillings per security guard to this company. This company goes and pays 10,000 shillings to this person, no benefits, nothing else. This person lives in squalor, but he's exploited, he's under slavery. We might need to reach to a point whereby we say that the government cannot subcontract for labor. If you want to hire security guards, government and agencies, hire these people and pay them those wages we are paying the private contractors, and give them benefits that are contractual. so that when they, at the end of their pay, they know that they have something to take home. They know they have something like this. Not the government itself facilitating the exploitation and abuse of its labor resource. Just because there's something called tenders, 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 tenders. Everybody's tendering, everybody's tendering. The government is supplying. It's just crazy. Even the Ministry of Works today, I don't know if they even own a single earth mover. Where is the time when the Ministry of Works constructed roads on the cheap? What happened? We look at billions of shillings spent on roads. I wonder just why can't the ministry do it? And then we are contracting China Road and Bridges, which is a government parastatal in China. Your government is contracting a parastatal from another country to come and do roads. What the hell is wrong with us? Today, if a disaster happened and a building collapsed in Nairobi, the only Republican institution we have left is the military. It's the only one that might come with heavy equipment. Otherwise, all the equipment that will come on site will be hired from the private sector. Is that how we're going to run a country? We cannot surrender the country to market forces. That's where the problem is. So the salaries of the MPs can also not be surrendered to market forces. If you want to become an MP, you must know you are going to serve. It's a republic. It's the Republic of Kenya. The name Republic of Kenya is not decorative. It's not a decorative part of the name of this country. It means we are a government of law. We are a space governed by law. And people have rights under the law. So if you are going to be public officials, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission should do the honorable thing of showing us the correlation between salaries of people. Right now, you look at the salary of the president and the salary of a clerk and the PAC. There's no correlation. Absolutely none. So those are the kind of things we need to look at. As for the question of whether or not the Parliamentary Service Commission can override the Salaries and Remuneration Commission in terms of allowances and other parts of MPs. We fought in the High Court. I succeeded. We are now in the Court of Appeal. Me and the Salaries and Remuneration Commission on one side, the Parliamentary Service Commission, and I think the AG and others on the other side, with the Parliament and the Senate on the other side. When the matter came up before the bench in the Court of Appeal, one of the judges asked me a very direct question. Omtata, when you came to this court, you are not a senator. You are not an MP. Today you are an MP. Has your position changed? And I told the judge it has not changed. My position remains the same, that under no circumstances should any group of individuals be able to determine their salaries and allowances. That's the position. The matter is in the Court of Appeal. We are slugging it out. I hope we succeed, and maybe we escalate to the Supreme Court, because we are interpreting, I think it's Article 172. No, 127 or 172. I'm a bit confused on the Parliamentary Service Commission. But so be it. So I think that one, there's no justification for the kind of salaries we're getting compared to what everybody else is getting from the public service. We must create a relationship. Going to public office, you don't go to public office to get rich. You should go to public office to serve. And maybe if we do that, we shall restore the honor of the Parliament of Kenya to what it was when the likes of Tom Mboya, Masinda Muliro, Martin Shikuku, Ronald Ngala, J.M. Karaoke, Seronei, and many others, Chelagat, and many, many others were elected to represent people. And they were not Weshimiwas, but they were Wajumbe. They used to be called Wajumbe. I don't know where the word Mheshimiwa came from. When I was growing up, MPs were called Wajumbe. Mujumbe wa Busia North. Mine was called Mujumbe wa Amagoro constituency. Initially it was Busia North, then became Amagoro. So that's the kind of things we have. Mujumbe wa Bunyala, Mujumbe wa Samia, Mujumbe wa wherever. Embakasi. Not Mheshimiwa, na Mheshimiwa sio Mheshimiwa pale popote, ni Mheshimiwa tu of himself. You see? Even the adjective is tied to the individual. The Mheshimiwa is a title that ties to you. Mjumbe reminds you of your work. Because when mjumbe wa fulani, so si Mheshimiwa wa Busia. Hakuna Mheshimiwa wa Busia. Hakuna Mheshimiwa wa Kariobangi. Hakuna Mheshimiwa wa Kikuyu. Ni mjumbe. Ni Mheshimiwa kivyake. You see? This mindset. But also among the people of Kenya, we have got a problem. The other time I was involved in an accident and it was highlighted in the media, and people realized I was in a small vehicle. I always drive small vehicles because I find them cheap to fuel. And me, I don't believe that I am defined by what I own. I'm defined by my character, not by what I own. So I was condemned that how come a senator is driving a small Nissan? How come? There was even a drive to buy my vehicle. I don't know where that money went. There was a drive to buy my vehicle. A vehicle worth some 6 or 7, 8 million shillings. Which I said, well, if you buy me, I'll take it, I'll keep it. I'll use it whenever I can fuel it. Money was, I told at one time it reached 2 million shillings. I don't know where the money ended up. But look at that problem whereby you don't condemn the reckless road driver who was driving a petrol tanker full of fuel and nearly deleted me from this world. If he had just hit me a few inches to the side of my driver, I would not be talking today. Instead of condemning that driver who was a reckless driver and a vehicle was unfit, petrol tanker, I'm being condemned for running a small vehicle. But the reality is, if I was driving the latest V8 or whatever, I don't know these big vehicles, what they're called, I don't know their names. Even if I had the latest car, can you stand up to a petrol tanker? You can't. So road safety cannot be reduced to the kind of vehicle you drive. The road must be safe for everybody. The road must be safe for pedestrians. The roads must be built for pedestrians and cyclists. This culture where we build roads only for people who drive, and yet everybody pays taxes, must stop. People walking on foot should have roads. People riding bicycles should have roads. The very many accidents we're having sometimes today is because we have got no roads for cyclists and we have got no roads for separate roads for pedestrians. All roads are built for motor vehicles. So those are why we come to, and these are done when the society expects people to consume big, to live large, then people say, mimi kama senator sahi, mimi sio yule mtata wa jana activist, mimi ni senator. Kwa hivyo hata nikitaka kupanda lift lazima ningoje clerk akuja abofye lift ikuja ndio mimi nipande hiyo lift. You see? So we cannot allow that. So let us also have a society that looks at it and realizes that these tools that we have, the watches, vehicles, belts, and these are just trinkets. And these are the same things that were used by the chiefs of the old to sell Africans into slavery. They were given trinkets and they sold each other to slavery. Today, corruption has become the new method whereby people taking trinkets and they sell others to slavery. They make the homeland unhospitable. That's why there was one late, there was a Nigerian guy who used to live here, was in civil society. He used to say that that in the early days, Africans were forced into slavery. But today, if a big ship came to Mombasa with a brand, slavery is required in Europe or in the USA, the scramble will be unbelievable. There will be no space on that ship for people scrambling to get to the USA, to get to the EU, to be slaves there. Because the motherland is totally messed up. We must get our country back. And you people who have risen up, the Gen Z, are the people to get this country back. We must get a developmental state working. A state that develops the human resource, develops proper infrastructure, develops proper industry, so that this country can take off. And that can be done in a period of 5 years. given the kind of money, the amount of money we lost in this country. So the next thing we have is the whistleblower protection. On whistleblower protection, yes, there's a law to it, but you see, we are approaching whistleblower protection without realizing our own limitations. A country like the USA, where this concept of whistleblower protection came from, is an entire continent. The USA is just virtually a continent. So maybe like from Nairobi to Lagos, you are still in the USA. It is so huge. And so it is easy to protect people, and among the tools they do is even change identity, relocate people from one state to another, and make people disappear but still they continue their life. In Kenya, our options are very, very limited. We are a very, very small space. So those who the law on whistleblower protection, which I think we have, we need to be relooked at, and we look at what realities are there that we can protect our whistleblowers. And maybe some levels of whistleblowing might require removing somebody from this municipality to a different country, from this jurisdiction to another jurisdiction, and changing their identity so that they can have a new life there. So all those kind of things need to be considered. Otherwise, the idea of saying safe houses, what have you, to me is just arrant nonsense. If the thugs want to get you, they will even get you in that safe house. So they need a slightly more elaborate legal and policy framework to protect whistleblowers. But I also think that the whistleblower should be so considered where people release information to private individuals and tell them, hey, do you know that the last elections, the last recruitment, like just the other day, somebody came to me. I was in Kisumu, and somebody says, I've been wondering how to get you. And he walks to me with a pile of paper and he tells me, look, if you go to this called the Kenya Investment Authority, they have cancelled recruitment of the CEO 4 times. This is the 5th time they are going to recruitment. But now they've bitten the bullet by they've decided to bite the bullet and say now they've lowered the qualifications that are required to make you the CEO of the Kenya Investment Authority. And I've removed these requirements, and there's somebody in mind whom they want to make who has failed ever through. But now even this time he had failed. And they've had to recall the shortlist, remove people who are qualified in the shortlist, and put these people on the shortlist. And please see what you can do. Now, he gave me the documentation showing everything that has happened. But because of the court order that I cannot use these documents in court, all I could do was to put a letter to write a letter to the chairman of the last week. I wrote a letter to the chairman of the Kenya Investment Authority, telling him I've got this information. What they are doing is wrong. They should recruit according to the law, or we shall have to fight over that. But my hands have such a good information that I would go to court and get orders immediately, but my hands are tied. The fact that they will tell me the Supreme Court said you must acquire documents in a certain formula. The idea that somebody gave you documents on the street, those are the documents that were legitimately acquired, you can't use them. But that's the truth. So I had to write a letter, and I wrote the letter and served them. I also copied the letter to the president. I copied the letter to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission and staff. I don't know what actions they'll take. So this is the kind of country we live in. And so the whistleblower is operating in a very, very toxic environment, and sometimes a fruitless environment. And we've got whistleblowers who have died. The guy who blew the whistle on the golden bag was killed. So we really need to know how to deal with this issue.
Senator
The
Omotata,
petition.
I wanted to give the chance to Professor Kivuwa Kibwana to say something. He's about to leave. We have more questions for you, so I just wanted him to chime in at this moment. Governor Kibwana, and we'll come
Okay.
back to you, sir. Is that okay?
Okay. That's okay. Quite in order.
All right, thank you, sir.
I've sacrificed my mass. I've sacrificed my mass today to be here. I'll go for mass I'll go for mass in the evening.
Thank you so much, sir. And we still need you. We need all this knowledge that you're sharing with us. It's really uh, impactful for us, educative for us.
Professor
Governor,
Kibwana is one fellow who demonstrated that devolution can work. Before he speaks,
yeah.
that's one man when he was a governor of Makueni, he demonstrated that devolution can work. So thank you, and I would be very willing to listen to the good professor.
Professor, the microphone is yours. Karibu kwenye space.
Asante sana Afrocentric. I have really also postponed my going to mass, but I am going soon to listen to this very critical conversation, and particularly about these reflections on Saba Saba Day. And let me first of all congratulate you for this space because we are learning a lot, we are dialoguing, and Gen Zs are really showing us the way forward in terms of how our country can be reformed, reimagined for the immediate future. And I want to really say, listening to all of you and Omtata, in terms of the knowledge that he has of law, of how he gets information, data, so that even when it's not always easy, so that he can get certain things done, it's extremely commendable. And at Senate, Omtata, Sifuna, they really encourage us in terms of how parliamentary business can be done. So congratulations, Okia, Heko. I am also your fan. Now, in terms of the Saba Sabas, the history of the Saba Sabas, of course, we know, first of all, there was Mau Mau for the first liberation, and we know how they really wanted colonialism ended, and they wanted proper decolonization. And they were young people, some of them just like the Gen Zs. Because even Kimathi was not 40 by the time the British people hanged him and so on. So that is really like the reference point of how we have tried to get away from this colonial system, colonial institutions, colonial economic arrangements, and all that. Then we had the first Saba Saba 1990, when Jaramogi, Matiba, Rubia, and others, including the Young Turks, initially were pushing for the dissolution of the 21 years of one partyism from 1969 when KPU was annulled. And that was driven more, that Saba Saba, the first Saba Saba, was driven more by the political opposition then. And of course, we know the bloodshed that resulted as an article by Houghton Irungu, as shown as recently. Then we had 7 years later, 1997, we had another very epical Saba Saba, where the National Convention Assembly, the National Executive Council, where I participated a bit in, was trying to say, yes, we got the first liberation. It's not kind of working. It was subverted. Now we want Katiba. And so there was, again, a lot of, bloodshed and many negative things. You remember what happened to Njoya and so on. And again, we were really saying that we want a reset of the country. And that is why I'm very excited about now the life and times of the Gen Z movement, because they are ushering in the third Saba Saba of 2024, which is about 24 years, I think several years after the 1997 Saba Saba. So in a way, this is the third epical Saba Saba, and we really need to appreciate these young people who have come out. And what is very important for me is they are actually living the change they want. Like when they say they don't want to be tribeless, they want leadership of people together, not just hoisting one person and saying that is the leader. We will look up to him or her, and we will do what they tell us. So you can see that they're changing the political narrative, the political culture, even in terms of when you do wrong things, they call you out, and so that is exciting because they are, like Mahatma Gandhi said, they're actually living the change they want, and I hope that continues, and I hope that changes even the character in a deep way of these young people who want to see different in Kenya and in Africa. I think we need to tell them that as they continue the civic education, as they broaden this through technology, through online forms like what Afrocentric is doing, we need to warn them that, like in Mau Mau was overtaken by politicians. Even NCC was overtaken by politicians during IPPG. So I think the Gen Zs need to know that even when some of the, not Omtata, but some of the opposition are beginning to say, yeah, these young people are doing very well, and going to some of the funerals and so on, they have to know that they have to be very protective of this new thing that they are creating. And I think for me, that will be very, very important, because it's easy to capture a movement that wants reimagining Kenya, looking at these institutions, looking at the laws, the policies, they all works, so that we have something that can take us, forward in a real way. Let me very quickly just say one point about the recall of both MPs as well as MCS, because the law is more or less the same. I think the case, the Katiba case, that was referred to by both Omtata and also a colleague in the space. There are some important things it did, because before a recall, the parliamentarians had made sure that there was to be a judgment of the High Court, which said that you can be recalled, that the reasons for recall, according to the Constitution and also some that they put in the election law itself, could add to exist. And the Kanyik, Kemondo, and other courts and other judges, they said that it was not necessary to have that judgment of the court to validate a recall. They also said that even if you were in an election, you can still petition for a recall, because before the law had said that if you were a contestant, you couldn't do so. And there was even another onerous thing of 50% of the total number of voters to be able to support the recall, even before the election itself, and that was struck down. But of course, the 2-year thing and the 12 months before the elections, I think since, and I think this has been said in this forum, since now 2 months are going to end in August, I think those who are preparing for recalls don't have that impediment, so to speak. And I think that is something that must be clarified, so that people who want to do impeachments because some of the MPs are not behaving properly, will know that they can do that within the ambit of the law. Of course, if we had moved to say that because of not passing the gender principle or gender rule, Omtata calls it gender principle, because of not passing that, Parliament can stand, the National Assembly can stand dissolved. Actually, Parliament can stand dissolved. That is still something that people can work on because it's still a live issue. Because up to now, Parliament has not passed, this gender principle, so that within the Constitution, as we go to any elections, it is something that now works. So that is also another issue that can be used to actually tell Parliament that now, because you have not passed this, we want to ask that you go home. And I think that's important because this less than one third, so that there's 2/3. Nobody can have 2/3. No gender can have 2/3 in the Parliament, in the county assemblies, and so on. The county assemblies are okay. I think that's an important thing to do. I think when we come to the emoluments, and Mtata has described that very well. You see, the salary itself, if it's 1 million for MP or slightly less, you have to look at the sitting allowances. You have to look at the travel allowances when people are going for benchmarking and all that. And you might discover in certain instances people get even more through those allowances and so on. And therefore, that is why it is really important to go to both the CRC as well as the Parliamentary Commission and say that these salaries, like that formula Mtata was saying, must be realistic, and the salaries of all public servants must be realistic. And all these allowances, like people going to Tanzania when they are from just a nearby county, because the per diem rate is high, and even those per diem rates to be reviewed.
I think his connection.
Yeah. Governor, I think we have lost you there.
Maybe he has also started receiving phone calls. Ameguza per DM.
Yeah, through the host, while still on that discussion, can I say something real quick?
Yes, as he comes back.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So what was informed by Senator Mtata is that the returning officers, the ones that are in the constituents, can actually call for a for an election, right? But then per Dr. Kivutha Kibwana, it sounds like we can also call a referendum. Maybe I'm the one who did not understand it. So do we go the election way, or do we go referendum way? And if we go to referendum way, is it Mwananchi that calls it, or is it still the same returning officers? Thank you.
I don't know whether, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Crystal, yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So I was saying that even in terms of the recall, whatever now, the judgment said, with some of those positive things that it had, but also still staying within the 2 years and not the last 12 months. I'm saying that because the 2 years are now over, and I think that was even said by Mtata, because they are over, it means that people can institute recall initiatives. But I also was trying to argue that Parliament was actually told that it could be dissolved because it had refused to pass the gender principle, the gender rule. And that is something that is still live, and it is something that people can proceed on and say, we will like to actually, we want all of Parliament to be dissolved because you have not passed what you are supposed to pass, and there are mechanisms from the Supreme Court to the president to dissolve Parliament in those circumstances.
Professor, sorry to cut you short. I hate doing this, but since it's such an emotive issue, and we and the Gen Zs are accused of being rowdy and whatever, how do you do that while still remaining within the constitution? Are we supposed to go to court and then we are given court dates 3 months away and things like that? How do we do it while still remaining constitutional and not being looking like a riot?
Well, it is actually provided by the constitution, because what happened was, when the constitution was passed 2010, it had also a schedule detailing which laws had to be, which constitutional amendments, what had to happen according to the constitution, whether there are some actions required, some laws required, and it said
you
that
referring to the schedule where it had dates and
yes, in the schedule.
yes, okay.
Yes, precisely. And if you don't do what you are requested to do by the specific time, then you can be censured. And actually, there have been even attempts to get Parliament to pass the gender rule, or Parliament is dissolved. But of course, because ultimately the president has to do it, even when the Supreme Court recommends, the president has to do it, and therefore there have been, up to now, before during President Uhuru Kenyatta, that was never done. But I remember Maraga, Justice Maraga saying that this requires to be done. So it's a question of, again, through activism, through going to court, saying that this is supposed to have been done. And of course, one result it can have is to trigger Parliament to be able to restore, to actualize it. So this is not a question which is outside the constitution. It is a question that is actually squarely within the constitution. But even for recall purposes, because the 2 years are over August next month, that is maybe a ready pathway to achieve what is necessary. And that is why I think some of the constituencies are already doing spade work to prepare themselves if they are unhappy with the MPs, according to the provisions of both the constitution, the provisions of the constitution that Omotata was able to document. The argument of the IBC Act, Section 88, Article 88, subsection 4, clearly of the Constitution, clearly says the role of the IBC in terms of the commission, what it does, directing the elections and referenda and voter registration and referenda, all those things. So, and of course, the situation of it has to eventually declare the results. Yes, according to the minor KI case, the results are at the polling station, and what the commission does is to aggregate them, and actually most of the spade work of the aggregation is done by the secretariat, but they according to the law they have to declare not the chair but the commission in totality, because the Supreme Court says this is not a question of the chair alone. So it may be difficult for the secretariat to act as if it is both the secretariat and the rest of the commissioners, and that is why, following Omtata's argument of the creation, and I think this is also Muguna's argument of the creation of a transitional authority, if there is a vacuum, I think one would have to think through carefully, how do you constitute that transitional authority, presumably through Article 1 of the Constitution, and how does that traditional authority create the IBC if the IBC would not have been created? So I think those are areas where there has to be, more thought and more clarity in my view. And even because the president did say that next week he will do the necessary regarding IBC, one of the problems that I've had, and it's also an historical problem, is the political class provides the majority of the panel members of 9. I think they provide 5, if I'm not incorrect. They provide 5, and the other 4 are provided by LSK, the accountants, ISPAC, and the 2 from the religious sector. So you see, these are contestants in the elections, and they want to influence how the referees will be determined. So I think that's one area, although the process as of now has gone very far, but that is one area of contestation, because so long as the political class determines who becomes the commissioners, we will continue to have problems. And that's why we had like some commissioners appearing to be for, in the last elections, to be for one section of the politicians and another section. So that is also something that we require to think through. Maybe another Afrocentric, another issue is, you know, the president said, yes, I freeze the Finance Act because I have heard the voice of the Gen Zs, but I will activate the Appropriation Act because some expenditures are necessary from 1st of July. And the Appropriation Act is basically a summary of the budget. And then the president also proceeded to say that there are certain cuts of the budget of roughly about 177, 178 billion. I think it was better if there is a debate about the cuts, so that the president has done his input. Then there is the input of the Gen Zs, and the citizenry of Kenya, in terms of also a continuing public participation, so that that matter is resolved in a way so that people can say, we want more money, you know, to this, to health, to education. We want more money to the things that people believe. So that is still a gray area, even before there's a revisit of the Finance Act. One thing that Omutata said is Senate has considered the audit reports of the Auditor General from 2020 to 2021. And therefore 2022-23 have not been considered, and now 2023-24 are ready for consideration. 2021-2022, 2022-2023, those are 2, and now the third one, which is of this the last financial year, 23-24. And you see, when those are not considered, it means that the
Wait,
I think
Governor, we've
I
lost you
think
again.
you've lost him again.
Yeah, I
Professor
think
akiguza tu pesa.
oh, okay. And now
yeah, we can hear you.
we can, okay. So I am saying, so long as, I mean, Senate has to speed up this process of considering the audit reports from the Auditor General, so that we can immediately, first of all, there's nothing pending, and then the counties get the money, which is equal to get the money that is equal to the most recent collection of our taxes, and that strategy has been used actually to deny counties more and more of the money that they should have. I wanted also to say that you know, even within the Constitution 2010, it was indicated that all laws in Kenya were going to be reviewed so that those which are not in consonance to the Constitution are dropped. And that is something that has been overlooked. And I think Omtata was saying in terms of like having a legal structure that is facilitative of proper governance and this new Kenya that the Gen Zs want. Before that is done, and it hasn't been done, and I think it is deliberate, so that we use a lot of the old law, so to speak, because even sections of the Public Order Act are still, you know, in the law, and sometimes they are misused. We have never gotten in a proper way the provincial administration or the national administration and the county administration to be in sync, to work in sync. So that is still an issue. And maybe finally, in terms of what was asked about the procurement law, when I had the privilege of serving in Makueni, we decided that we could have open contracting so that every information about procurement is online, it is permanent, who you know, even the people who are sitting in a committee, the marks that they are giving, the entire works, so that if anybody does wrong, it is apparent. People can question, you know, and all that kind of stuff, so that it is not an impossible thing to do. Because if you have no interest in terms of getting monies from a county, from the national level, then you shouldn't worry that kind of transparency. And it worked very well, because we even now, you know, saved monies because there was real competition. People believed that they could get tenders without bribing and all that kind of stuff. And we were able to use the money to even build things with little money, until when people came to the county, they would say it isn't possible, but it was because of that. So I think that's something to consider, because even in terms of the ESCC, which is the body for making sure that there isn't, you know, corruption and all that kind of stuff, the commissioners themselves don't do most of the work. Most of the work is done by the secretariat. Particularly the CEO is actually the engine of moving ASCC forward. And so until even the commission can have more, of course, after the CEO, as you know, the investigations and all that kind of stuff have been done, and of course they don't have, you know, budget. They try their level best. They don't have a lot of budget. They don't have a lot of employees. They are also constrained. But I think the law there needs to be looked at, and indeed, even to have a prosecutorial role. I remember, I don't know whether this has been resolved. There was an attempt to have an East African Convention on corruption, but I think Uganda and Tanzania and some other countries were saying that Kenya must ensure that its anti-corruption authority has prosecutorial powers, because if that doesn't happen, then the convention will not come into being. But I don't know whether that has been resolved. And of course, ESCC, I think, gives a lot of information about even people who shouldn't vie for positions because of their political or whatever. And the IBC did not disqualify those people. We used to do as public servants. Public servants do wealth declarations every year, and even when they do that, it is secret, and there's no reason why it should be secret. And even this idea of the lifestyle audit, this is an idea which has been mooted for a long time, and it doesn't see light of day. There are things that you do which make it harder, for people, to, like, you declare wealth, it is public as you ask for positions. And if you can't explain, you are told you can't be, you can't be a leader, you can't continue. But otherwise, it is my wish that this remembrance will continue to really. Saba Saba is how do we fundamentally change our country so that these Gen Zs and the Alphas and the others to come find a country that works, where the constitution is implemented. Because if actually we did implement the constitution, a lot of things that people are saying are going south would not be doing so. But let me again, thank you very much. This remembrance is very critical, and what we will do together in our country, because even these politicians, I think we have to talk to them, so that they appreciate that it is not business as usual, and we together, change our country for the better. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Governor. I think there are some panelists who want to ask you questions before you head to Mass. I will open the floor for that. Guys, let's keep it down to at least 1 or 2 questions. Atmosphere, I'll let you shoot first.
Sorry, Afro, maybe before they start asking, Governor Professor Kivuva, how much time do we have with you and Senator Omtata? Because I know we are learning a lot from you. Tunapigwa sana huku kwa DMs, tunaambiwa inakuwa monologue, but I think it was important for us to at least hear the rot that Okio Mtata has explained to us. And for me, I would love as much as possible to give people who have questions so that you can answer before you go. And then we really need to open the mic. Afrocentric, I think you've said this before. Hii ni sauti ya mwananchi na mwananchi anafaa kusikika. We really thank all the people who are here. I think we still have almost 5,000 people still online. Professor and Okia.
And I think Professor should, since he indicated he wanted to leave, we should give Professor the chance.
So how do we have time with you, Okia? And Professor, how much time do we have with you?
Yeah, available. So let us give Professor a chance. And it's very important to listen to Professor because he's been around longer than I've been. He's been an exemplary public leader, and he has been a governor. And he's also a professor of law. He's not just a professor of anything else. He's a professor of law. So when we talk about rule of law, he's the guy to guide us.
Correct. Yeye ni
So
walimu hawa nini what are lawyers called? Mwalimu wa lawyer.
yeah. So let him go, have the go. Then me, I'm around. As I said, I'll go for my mass at 5 at the Holy Family Basilica. So
Asante. Professor, how much time do we have with you?
I wanted to go. I want to go away by 1 because my mass is 1:30.
So Afro, over to you. We have 20 minutes with Prof.
All right, guys, be patient with us as we're going to iterate through to every speaker who is requesting. Please bear with us. Consult the Jumbotron. We have a petition that we're asking everyone in this space please to sign. Append just your first name, last name, and email. All right, Atmosphere, mic is yours.
Thank you very much, Afro, for this chance. Good morning, good afternoon from wherever in the world you are. So mine is to ask Professor Daktari Mr. Kibwana. Well, maybe most of the people here don't know you've been around since the Moi era. And this is when Saba Saba people used to go and protest in the streets. And you have an impeccable record in leadership. You've been governor. I was particularly very interested in seeing how you ran Makueni County with people, with the people behind you, meaning you had this style of tendering where public participation was in the forefront of everything, and you would actually pay the people who tendered when everyone from the public is satisfied that the projects were good. And that time was an interesting time because we will see other governors come to benchmark in Makueni, which is a very impeccable record. You are also Minister of Environment during Kibaki's time, and I've been following you for quite some time. So my question is, these current governors, what do you think is the biggest problem? Don't they have proper advice? Are they just greedy, or they don't have plans for their counties? That's the first question. The second question is the region, the eastern region, where we have perennial water problems. And then recently we saw very interesting times when floods were experienced. What would you advise that the people who are currently leaders in that region should do about the water situation? I'm particularly not from that region, but it's something I would like to hear what you think about it. Thank you.
Afro, Cedric, am I supposed to answer each question or after a few?
Let's take. Let me take a couple of more. Let's see, Hannah. Hannah, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you very
Your
much,
question.
Afro. Professor, thank you for joining us. And the senator went on telling us a lot of things that actually only brought to light that this system is not working. If him as a senator cannot get documentation from a governor and he has to go to court and he still cannot get those documents to prove wrongdoings in his area, then you can imagine what a normal person, as a local citizen, and how much tight his hands are. This is further proof that this system is not working. But he's actually told us a lot of things that are not right. The public lands that are taken or are sold illegally to people, and the place he was talking about was a border city that till the airport is no longer in the hands of the local authority. So him in that kind of position and facing all these issues, court cases, trying to go to court to obtain public information that would to correct the wrongdoings or to prove the wrongdoings. He also mentioned about public participation, that he got documents of tenders that then the court refused for him to use those as evidence. So this proves that this system is not working. It's not the people, it's the system that is allowing the looting, it's the system that is allowing the corruption, and the barriers that are put for the person who wants to prove the wrongdoings, rather than make it easier for the person who wants to prove the wrongdoings. Coming back to you, Professor, because for a reason I asked him about the whistleblowing. And without the whistleblowers, then we are none the wiser, unless you're in the same system and like Mutata, and you find out things are wrong. But if you're in a public domain, it's really difficult. So what I wanted to ask you is, because he mentioned about protecting the whistleblowers, I think that is, I think he got it mixed with witness protection. So maybe if that whistleblower goes and gives evidence in court, then he goes into witness protection. But as a whistleblower, you are a whistleblower. There has to be a law within any public facility that could give that could actually encourage a good working environment, an environment where somebody could whistleblow without him being known. So could you please, and the laws that we have at the moment and how we can improve on those whistleblowers, and those whistleblowers do not really have to give it to individuals who are within those laws, or within that working framework. They can release this information to investigative journalists when they could do their work, and this can be come to the public domain. So my question really is in regards to that. How can we improve on whistleblowers, and how can the system be fixed? Because there's so much hurdles in it. From everything that Matata has said, it's not working. It's not delivering for him. How is it going to deliver for me? Thank you, Professor.
Let's get a question from Miriam.
Thank you. Asante sana Kivuda for addressing the procurement issue, because I am very concerned with procurement in Kenya, mainly because I do business with government and I know that we supply at 60% above the market rate, which is unacceptable. So I had asked a question earlier, whether it's possible to have county procurement acts to streamline the procurement system. And my other concern is why are counties and also the national government, but not so much, but counties, having trouble paying within 90 days of supply. I think that's one of the reasons why people are inflating these supply rates. Yes. So is it possible to have this done on county level? And is it possible for us to also be able to pay within 90 days of supply? I think this will also enable the youth to do the supplies business, because the youth are not able to do it, mainly because it takes up to 2 years or maybe 3 years, sometimes never, to get your payment. So I am interested in the supply area. The second thing I wanted to mention is that I do see the president's frustration when he's busy telling us that, I'm doing this development and this development, I'm working. But the challenge is that the Mwananchi is not feeling the effect of whatever he's working on. So when we go to the county level, for example, I have transversed the whole country and I see that the road networks are very good. But it's very embarrassing to drive on a very smooth road and not even meet 2 cars in 1 hour. Like you can drive a whole 50 kilometers without even meeting one single car on those roads. So is our focus on the wrong thing? Because what is the advantage of having a road network in a county where there's no economic activity going on? I don't know why people have to take their maize out of their counties, sugarcane, all that. Why can't counties focus on producing a complete product to the other counties? For example, the counties that are dealing with sugarcane, why can't you produce sugar in that county? When you have maize, why can't you produce flour in that county? I think those are the issues that counties need to focus on. So on the road networks, very good job. But to me, I think that we are not focused on the development programs that directly affect Mwananchi. It's something that needs to be challenged, and it's something that needs to be followed up on. On the salary issue, again, my other very major point of concern, we can't have 30-something counties that are paying above the threshold that has been recommended. So how can we challenge that in court? Because as the senators were speaking, they seem to be very sincere when they're talking about the MPs, about the president, but the counties on their own are like a small country. You cannot be talking about the national country paying above the 35% of wage that is recommended, but on the county level you're doing the same thing. As a senator here confessed, they are also on the 40-something%, which is way above what is recommended. So how can we challenge this on a county level? Because I believe that change starts from mashinani. So if the counties can push to have this change in the counties, if the senators can challenge to have this change in the county, then it will be possible to push it on a national level. Yeah, thank you. So those are my 3 concerns, Kivuda, and thank you very much for touching on the procurement. Again, can we do this on a county level? Asante sana. Thanks so much, Afro.
Kimutai, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Well, please shoot your question.
All right. First of all, thank you, Afro, for giving me an opportunity. And secondly, I A lot of my questions and concerns have been answered, so I'll yield a lot of my time back to the host. But there's one particular concern that I have not heard. Over the last 3 weeks, we had a lot of abductions, and the major concern was Safaricom was giving out the location of these individuals. So my question probably to Okia Mutata is how safe really are our private data, and how can we do what can be done really to protect the privacy and the data of the citizens? Thank you.
Thank you, Kim Tai. Nice and short. Eric, you had a question for Governor Kibwana. Eric, can you hear me?
Yes. Sorry.
I'm talking to Eric. I'm trying to get a question out of Eric. Eric, no. Ayo.
Or maybe they can put up their hand.
Okay. Guys, put up your hand. If you don't, I have to bring people up. So if you don't have a question, I'll have to drop you and bring more people. But Governor, you can go ahead and answer as I get the next round of questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. There was a whistle blow up protection bill in Parliament. I don't know whether Omtata will be able to advise us whether it has been concluded, because there was an attempt through that bill to guarantee more protection for whistleblowers, witnesses, and so on. And really, even when such law exists, the question still goes into how do you get still protected when they are powerful people who you may be proceeding against in terms of revealing their corruption, revealing criminality or stuff like that. And that's one of the basic problems with sometimes we have good laws, but the implementation is a major problem, just like we are saying for the Constitution. And we shall remember, even during the ICC times, it was more of civil society, it was more of the international community trying to offer some kind of protection to some of the witnesses, because by then our laws were still deficient in terms of protection of witnesses, of people who, if it's corruption matters, have indicated that there is this issue. And many people actually even get afraid of reporting to ASCC because they believe that even when they are allowed to do so without mentioning their names and all that, they still believe that their identities will be discovered. So I think, just like was stated, that if a senator cannot get some of this information, what about any other Kenyan citizen? So there are issues there. There are issues about how do we get a culture of rule of law, so that when laws are passed, and including the fact that within our constitution, our international law, which has got all these elements of witness protection and all that, is law in Kenya, so that even there can be recourse to using international law, because any law that we, like all the covenants that we have ratified, signed and ratified, all those are law in Kenya, but we still have not developed that culture initiative of being able to use international law itself, which is part of Kenyan law. So I think here we still have to say, even as the laws, like Omtata will tell us about what has happened with whistleblowing law, witness protection law, but even when those laws are there are powerful forces which try to make sure that they don't operate. of course, in the constitution, there's the right of information. We are supposed to get information from the state and from all that. And that is why Omtata is still going to court, wanting to get, certain information. And this is a critical area of, unless it's really information about military things, about some of the military things, which you don't easily provide because of if they will be accessed by enemy, whatever. But most of the information in the public domain, should be able to, a citizen should be able to ask for it. And the law says, sometimes you may have to pay some little money for if it's those photocopying or whatever it is, or whichever way it's transmitted to you. But getting this information going forward is very critical in terms of the democracy, the new Kenya that we want to create. The salaries, counties which pay more than 35, there's also an historical aspect, because some of the counties like Nairobi, like Mombasa, like Kisumu, under the original council, city council, municipality, whatever, they had employed very many people. And those people were given over to the county governments, and they were permanent and pensionable. Even their salaries had been negotiated just before the constitution came into being, and they were actually higher than the salaries of people working at the national level. So there's that historical issue which has not been corrected. And then, of course, there is the truth of people employing, because they are, they want to employ people, will campaign for them, vote for them, people from their clans, tribes, and all that kind of stuff. And so there has to be rationalization. And there have been attempts, even at both county level, national level, to look at the wage bill, because if a lot of the money is consumed by wage bill as well as recurrent, the other aspects of recurrent O&M, then it means it's only 30% that is supposed to do development. And that's why a lot of the counties are not showing result from that 30%. 30%. And even at the national level, it's still the same problem. Although we have about 1 million people employed in the public sector, both national and county government, still the money that goes into the salaries and O&M, operation and maintenance, dwarfs what goes into development. And that's something that requires to be looked at as we go forward, because what the Gen Zs are doing must involve creating how do we want to see the new Kenya? Can there be a manifesto of this is how it will look like? And these issues that we are discussing, and many issues in these spaces with Gen Zs and so on, must come into some like looking at the Vision 2030 and saying, can we have something now more than Vision 2030, which really says how do we get from all these problems we have had since independence to something that now a new vision, and I think that is where a lot of what we are saying should be accommodated, not just the short-term things that we are saying, we want this to happen and this to happen and this to happen. A lot of the debates, like the debates which the Gen Z, some of the Gen Zs had with the president, and there was, of course, some disagreement among the Gen Zs. But apart from those short-term things that need to happen, it is now, how do you plot for how the future will look like? Where is that vision? And some of the vision would be like, why can they be value addition to these countries? Because industrialization, when one looks at India, China, all those countries which were supposed to be third world and which have progressed, you have industrialization starting even from home, from these local situations, whether now it is a county in Kenya, and there have been attempts at value addition from the county level, and this is, something that, without giving many examples because of time, some of what we did in Makueni and so on, and what is happening in many counties, this is something that is very important to do. And even the question about the priorities, is it road network, is it what? It depends on how the public participation is done, especially national public participation, because sometimes the counties people, the location is, it's not very very huge, and you can have people actually contributing if you wish to get them to get involved. But the national level, sometimes, people come like during budget, just to the county headquarters, and that's it. So if there is good public participation, then people will tell you, maybe here we don't need roads. Here, like the question about Eastern region of water, we need water. How do we do water harvesting? There is, for example, a Bishop Masika, where through water harvesting, communities in his area have been able to do agriculture where they export abroad, and they do organic agriculture. And it is through just 1 acre farm pond, water harvesting and all that stuff. Eastern region, they're waiting for the Thwake Dam. If again the irrigation, was done, and it was done properly, not like what happened in Tana River. You can get the water issue and irrigated agriculture to happen if now we focus in the things that people want. So why do some counties appear to do badly? Maybe others do well. Is there a problem of planning, or are people greedy? I think one of the issues that I find very problematic is, particularly after the first 5 years, maybe new governors came in some of the counties, and after the 10 years, other new governors came. And a lot of the times, those who succeed don't want to continue the work that has happened before, because there was maybe competition before. They say that they will debunk what happened and they will do their new thing. So you get ghost issues, projects that are halfway, and all that kind.
Hello, Governor, we have lost you. Guys, can you hear him?
No,
No,
he
we can't.
disappeared.
Yeah. They are fighting you.
We lost him.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. So that is an issue that needs to be looked at carefully, so that there is that succession, and people don't just say we are starting new things, we will not. For example, sometimes they come, they find a budget in operational, which was prepared by the outgoing regime, and then things that already had even been procured, they change that, and you're not supposed to change that in law, because if already somebody had a contract and they were doing a job, and then you vary the terms, that is problematic. Why can't county governments pay within 90 days of supply? If they have money, they should. If they have money, they should, because sometimes they don't have money from the national level. Sometimes the money delays 2 months, 3 months, and so there is a problem there. And of course, if governors, if in some situations there are officials who want to be given kickbacks to pay, that also sometimes is an issue. If some governors have done projects outside the budget, like you go somewhere, you're excited, people tell you, we want you to do this for us, and you do a project outside. So when it comes to paying, you have a problem, because control of budget, will be constrained to give you money for something that was not in the budget. But having said that, I think by and large, the devolution has really assisted our country, because there were places where there were not those roads that were being talked about, and health facilities and all that kind of stuff. But there's still work to be done in terms of like making sure that you have those economic blocks. There was a law which Wamalwa was trying to get into parliament, but it did not see light of day, So that those economic blocks of several counties coming together, because we didn't in the constitution get the regional governments, but you need also bigger entities so that even investors get interested in them and they can do bigger things and all that kind of stuff. And I have to apologize for myself and Omtata because we have taken a bit of time, but it's sharing, and especially the sharing of Omtata. I thought there were things he said which are not normally in the public domain, and they help us in terms of navigating going forward, and particularly for Gen Zs. And I heard that he said I'm a professor of law, and he said he knows a lot of law. He can even teach constitutional law. But now listening to one of the questions he was asked, and him saying I'm a professor of law and all that kind of stuff, I thought he was telling me that maybe he would like me one day to be his attorney general. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me take a couple of more questions from Nduta. Nduta, is there?
I think we have to let Professor go. Sorry, Duta. Prof, you had requested to leave at 1. Asante sana for being here. We hope that you're going to make it back to the space after mass. Lakini kama unaenda maandamano tunakuelewa 100%. Asante sana.
Prof,
Thank you very much.
Prof, I won't take more than a minute. I'm just going to give me a minute before you go. You have raised a very important issue on projects on completion and the issue of everyone that comes into power changing up the projects, which is a very big issue that needs to be dealt with. That was really a key point. On the 3 executives, the 3 arms of government, I just wanted to ask you, how can we streamline the independence of the 3 arms of government? How can we ensure that they are streamlined to be really independent? Because as the president was speaking, he mentioned that he has sent home. He had a number of judges that he has sent home. And my question was, why is he sending so many? You can beat your chest, around sending so many judges home. Is he sending them home because they're not compliant to just being dependent? That was my big question. Thank you.
I think from the Constitution, thank you for that question. From the Constitution, it is clear that the Constitution is very clear about separation of powers, what the executive will do in terms of executing what has been proposed by the legislature and the judiciary in dispute resolution. So the constitutional framework is clear about what each arm should do, plus the commissions as well, because the commissions are very, very important. They were devised to also check the 3 arms of government because of the imperial presidency that we had to share power. And of course, when they are effective, the commissions, that becomes very, very, very important. So some of what happens is if, for example, the legislature is subordinated because people, for example, CDF is one of the things that is used to control MPs, because if they give tenders for themselves, if they do that kind of stuff, then they are normally told, if you don't vote the way the government wants, we are going to take you to court. And therefore, they become feeble. If people accept that, they can be bribed, they become feeble. So again, it also depends, and this is something that I think Omtata explained a lot. It depends on the kind of quality character of people that are elected, and people who are going to know that they what they are supposed to do is very, very critical, and they must follow the law, they must follow the constitution. Same for the judiciary, so that people can't get bribed. And the judiciary, for example, has helped devolution a lot. When the executive was fighting devolution, they helped, a lot in terms of protecting it. But the executive in our country, historically, has believed that it is more than first among equals, and it can override the other arms, other organs, or public organs, and so on. And so there has to be a big mindset. And I think, given that, for example, today you can see the executive, you can see the legislature, you can see, them listening, beginning to listen to the citizens in a more genuine way. I think this is something that requires to be continued so that the citizen is not a bystander. Article 1 is real, and that's why the civic education and the Gen Z movement, these are life-saving things for our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Governor, for your time. I think we're gonna release you, let you be on your way. But thank you so much for the knowledge share, and thank you for
Yeah,
dialoguing
I
with
think
Gen Z.
Afro, you have to create a space where governor and other legal minds can come and help us navigate through the legal in any ways. But asante sana, Prof.
Thank you.
Yes. I'd like to pass the microphone to Nasra. Nasra, mic ni yako, karibu.
Thank you so much, everyone. I hope you can hear me. So today, firstly, I'm really grateful to be part of this very, very important conversation on a very, very key milestone for Kenya. So I'll touch on a few things. One, I want to talk about Saba Saba and give not just the importance, but the parallels between the previous Saba Sabas and the current one with, the young people leading. And then second, what I see as an opportunity for us, or focus areas for us to take us the way forward so that we don't lose momentum. And then third, some of the key things I think that have been overlooked that need to be addressed from a citizen's perspective. And then I will touch on the issue around politicians and representatives or leaders or servant leaders in that regard. And then I'll definitely make some comments from what I've heard from the other speakers. So, to kick off really, the Saba Saba, which is essentially the pro-democracy protests, brought away some key takeaways for me. And I think, the parallels are clear. Both in the previous ones and the current one, there's political repression. And that's, natural because the citizens are trying to, rattle the status quo, and those who, have benefited are definitely going to be fighting to remain in the comforts of the status quo as it is. So, in the past, it was a fight against one-party rules. But now in the present day, Saba Saba, even though we have the multi-party democracy on paper, what we have is a regime that has strategically weakened the other arms of government, like the National Assembly. So even as we journey from one party to multi-party, it's also important for us to realize that these arms of government, these arms that are supposed to be doing their jobs, have to be not only independent, but strong enough to implement their roles. So the more things change, the more they remain the same, in that it's a different dynamic, but it's the same issue, that we need these arms to work for the people. And then another parallel is the government response. So even, in the past, there was a violent crackdown, but similarly now we had a similar response. And in as much as, the president mentioned that there will be no abduction under his watch, we've not seen any of the killer cops arrested. And that's something of, concern. Because it's one thing to say something, but it's important to back that with action. And that's something that is a parallel between past and present that we need to strongly push for change. The third is definitely the impact on the political landscape. So, just like in the past, there was a pressure for reforms and there was international attention that led for for us to have that platform to change. I, however, want to emphasize that insofar as the international attention, I think, and you may disagree with me on this, but the international attention, at least from the global North players, was very delayed. And it could have been forthcoming very early on in this conversation, before people died, before people were abducted. And that's something that struck me as problematic, because when we talk about a democracy, it means, irrespective of the divide, whether you're in the global South or the global North, you have to stand by what you claim you're following. In this regard, that was wanting then, and I think it's wanting now. And then in the past, the Saba Sabas were about transitioning to a multi-party democracy. What is starkly different this time is that this Saba Saba is purely a citizen-led democracy, and it's a citizen-led push for accountability. And I think this is a huge win, because it means that Kenyans have taken their voice back. Largely, I think we need to applaud the fact that we have a strong document like the Constitution, but I also think citizens leading this conversation is powerful, because I think citizens have realized that, whether it's the opposition or by and large the political class, they've been somewhat compromised or rendered inefficient in certain ways. So I think by having citizens at the forefront of this conversation, and please, I urge you, I am part of the political class, but I want to urge you to ensure that this remains a citizen-led democratic movement, because it ensures that there will be no handshake that compromises this movement. There will be no agendas that compromise this movement. And I say this because the advantage that citizens have now by leading this conversation is strictly because citizens will feel the impact directly. And also, you've had people speak the same language for so long, and you've had the same outcomes. I encourage you and I emphasize that please maintain the same approach, so that no one utilizes this movement to gain clout or to drive their own agendas, because what's at stake here is really the democracy of this nation and accountability for those who are meant to serve. And I think in terms of legacy, the two differentiators here is that in the past, the legacy of Saba Saba was to encourage, a multi-democratic party approach, whereas here it's, youth-led and citizen-led. And I think what is critical about this legacy is that the youth have often been told that, especially more recently, that they are lazy, that they are not proactive. So I'm really proud that this particular Saba Saba, having the youth at the helm, means that they have done what no other body has managed to do in years within weeks. So I really want to applaud the youth for doing that. And I really want to applaud citizens for doing that. And so, taking now that aside, which is the parallels, what is the next step insofar as this being historic, and what can we take forward from what's happened recently? I think as a priority, we need the IEBC reconstituted like yesterday. I understand that the president has made a commitment of Tuesday, but in as much as that commitment is there, I would also be keen to peel the veil behind that. Will he really put people who will send his MPs home? I don't know. Those are questions that we need to factor in as we are thinking of this reconstitution. Whoever is part of that IEBC needs to reflect the Kenyan people's will, not the political class. Because of course, they cannot be judge, jury, and executioner. That's definitely a conflict there. So is there a way that the Law Society of Kenya, maybe with private sector or maybe with other groups, that can come together to support this process, so that young people's voices, the citizens' voices, is reflected in that reconstitution? The second opportunity I see here is the Law Society of Kenya has been an integral part of this conversation and process. So I think going forward, citizens can utilize the LSK, and I think this is a huge opportunity for the LSK at a national level to unpack the bills before the assembly, and that means then citizens gain an understanding on what's being discussed in a way that is simple and critical for the public to understand, so that they can then put the pressure on their MPs or senators, so that nothing that is against the will of the people is passed. And then similarly, LSK at a county level can push for the same for county bills. And what that does is it means citizens have an understanding of the impact of different pieces of legislation, both at national and county level. So you're never caught unaware. It's only when this finance bill was really pushed to the front that we then realized, actually, there's the land amendment bill, there's the conflict of interest bill, there's the AI one as well. So I think that becomes critical. And then in terms of austerity, I think, one, there needs to be all unconstitutional offices disbanded. And then second, we need to have a structured approach or a formula that looks at salaries, which looks at the economy and a benchmark of Kenya versus other countries. What's the fraction of the GDP being utilized to pay public servants? And I think what's important here is we have a very big opportunity with e-governance and data-driven decision-making. And here the opportunity is we can actually monitor the MPs, the senators, the MCA's contribution, especially relying on the Access to Information Act and the Public Finance Management Act. Can there be a matrix where you have visibility on the bills, you have visibility on the projects, and you have visibility on the amount spent, and a independent third party which can confirm this? In closing, I want to also say that there's been a lot of conversations about politicians being, scum in many ways. And I agree. Politicians, a lot of them are not for us. That's why it's important for us to differentiate between politicians and representatives. My seniors, Senator Matata and the governor, former governor Kibwana, represent a political class that were keen on serving. And that becomes super important for us to think about. When you want to have someone who is serving, they need to be a servant first. They need to understand their representatives in trust. Therefore, their authority is delegated and can be taken away. And public service should be and is about serving all the people, including those who are not like you and who can't do anything for you. And so as you think about your leaders going forward, please make sure they either have a public record of service, which is clearly available for you guys to confirm and verify. And lastly, there should be also a record of achievement if they're handling important documents like health, transport, and others, because if we don't have that public record of accountability, we will be having the same conversations year in, year out. I'll stop there for now, but thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nasra. Yeah, wow, that was powerful. Lovely.
Yeah, I had a question about that, Nasra. You're an MCA for which county? And also, what are your achievements, as you actually just pointed out right now? That's something that we needed to ask. I wanted to ask all the people from the government officials that came here, what are your achievements in the office that you serve right now?
Thank you so much, Lovely. So I'm an MCA for Nairobi County, and I'm a nominated or a special elect MCA. And essentially, I was nominated on the basis of being a minority and also to bring in the expertise of two things. I'm a lawyer by training, and I have a focus on sustainability in particular. And so in terms of achievements, in my capacity as a nominated MCA, the first thing I've done is I've supported Nairobi County on a pro bono basis, by the way, in pushing for actions that can drive the climate change agenda. That led to the Nairobi Governor's Office being certified as the first green government office in Africa last year at COP28. However, my biggest challenge with Nairobi County, and this perhaps you guys can really guide me here, I've also been pushing for a lot of the policies and bills in place to see how Nairobi can then unlock opportunities around the climate agenda. Key among them was during flooding, And just to give you context, so as a nominated MCA, we don't have bursaries, we don't have the equivalent of a CDF. So our voice and our agenda is largely tied with the partners we work with. So in the context of the flooding conversation, at a personal capacity, I was working with the Kenya Red Cross to support the different families and areas that were affected during the flooding. But second, I also lobbied FSD Africa to see if we can have a flooding resilience product, which would ensure that the city becomes resilient against flooding. Unfortunately, the Nairobi County is yet to pass the Climate Change Management Bill. I am not clear why this is not proceeding, despite several efforts, but perhaps if you as citizens can put that pressure on, other MCAs, that would be really, really helpful. And then at a party level, we also set up a committee on flooding. Essentially, I come from the ODM party. And one of the things we did from a party perspective is we set up a committee where we were providing relief in terms of food and mattresses to affected families. We managed to support about 6,000 families in that regard. And then aside from that, I also pushed for motions. The first was against the audit or the collapse. It was a review of collapsed buildings in Nairobi County. That lobbying resulted in us adopting a resolution as a county assembly for the executive to implement structural audits on all residential buildings as a start. Now, again, the key challenge here is from an implementation perspective. And if you, follow my page, you would know that despite our efforts, the implementation part has been a drag. And again, here, I will need your support as citizens to understand why is this something that's consistent. And I've noted it's consistent across the divide at national and county. Separately, there was also the audit around what is it called? A review of the approval process. And what ended up happening is we also had a conversation with the key stakeholders on the issue of approvals in Nairobi. As you would know, recently Jerotich had an issue in Kilimani where people pretending to be Nairobi County representatives were cutting trees without any qualification. So I intervened in the short term, which led to a stop to that. But unfortunately, the next day they got the licenses. So those are some of the things I've been able to do. And I still, my approach is to lend support using my professional capacity from a legal perspective and also a sustainability perspective. But I'd also be keen to throw back the question to you, given my capacity as a special elect MCA, what else can I do to support conversations, keeping in mind we are MCAs who are focused on legislation but don't have, dare I say, the clout of projects. So it's heavily reliant on working with partners with a similar mindset, and of course supporting on ground. And I think the last thing I want to mention is on ground, I also did Mama Rasili Mali, which is working with women from less empowered communities to take them through a 10 to 11 week program around different focus areas, financial literacy, waste management, substance abuse, marketing, and a few other areas, so that they can have some sort of support in driving a more empowered approach when they're doing their businesses. I'll stop there for now, but thank you so much for your question.
Asante sana Nasra. KOT hatuja kusikia kutoka ingie, karibu. Ayo, I had seen you had your hand up earlier. I don't know if you're ready to speak. Charles, you're back. Hebu uliza swali yako.
Okay, I had two questions. I've had the opportunity to audit several state agencies and parastatals. And one of the things I noted in all of them is kuna hii circular of 92 that is quoted, where it does not allow any state agency or parastatal to invest their funds in any other securities besides government securities. From the public debt numbers, you will note that over 60% of public debt is actually local debt, not external debt. So my question was to Okia Mtata, I can see still here. First, is that legal? And two, is that something that can be rectified? Because state parastatals are supposed to inject development in their areas of expertise. For instance, this housing levy that is being collected, the uptake is only about 2% or just about 3%. If you follow Julian Samboko, he breaks down the numbers. And the rest of the funds have been invested in government securities. So we have funds that are supposed to be invested. We have funds that are supposed to be invested in development that are being put in government bonds and in government securities because the uptake is low. So my first question is that Circular of 92 constitutional? Is it legal? And is that something that can be tackled through a court process to ensure that we have state agencies investing in what they are supposed to be, the expertise, basically? And then number two, our national debt is riddled with debt that is placed on us Kenyans through parastatals and state agencies. So, for example, even the Galana Kulalo mess and that Aurora and Kimwarer Dam, it all started with the Kerio Valley Development Authority. KVDA were the ones who essentially initiated that process of having that the dams so that they can be able now to run that project for Galana Kulalo. So, and these things are usually approved by parliamentary committees. So Ishongo was asked on news the other day, and he was saying he didn't even see when he was, because he was the chairman of the finance committee for the 10 years, or is it the 5 years, when that Aurora and Kimore Dam were happening. And he says, that interview is on, I think, NTV. He says he did not see the contracts and that some of the things there went like this, like that. So basically, he does not come out and say this is the contract. And he says at some point, the Aurora and Kimore was supposed to be funded by the developer. But then along the way, when things happened, it became now the state is borrowing. And it didn't go through parliament. It was approved by a parliamentary committee. So are these things legal, and are these things that we can stop? Because you find what is approved by parliament is a certain figure. What we end up with in the report after the financial year is another figure, because we have Ketraco borrowing, we have KVDA borrowing, we have other institutions borrowing, and this debt is placed on Kenyans by parliamentary committees, not through the proper process. What can be done about this, and is there a way to tackle this? So yes, those are my two questions.
Asante sana, Charles. Kindly drop so that we can allow other people to come on. Nasra, please drop also so that we can allow other people to come up. KOT, sema kitu, salimia watu.
Hey, ni ajeni. I've been here trying to follow you na pia trying to connect with the people in my DM and also trying to bring the speakers on the panel. Nashukuru sana, by the way, I've been on the space tangu jana 3:30 p.m. na niko hapa tu bado. So those guys who are within Nairobi, personally naweza waambia tufike Uhuru Park because I'm on my way. Pia mimi nimekuwa nakula lunch tu kidogo, then I go there to Uhuru Park. Msiogope man, because there is nobody who is coming to harm us here. Yeah, we're only going to say goodbye to our fallen soldiers and also pay the last respect. Otherwise, thank you so much for joining our space. Now we are looking forward to have these spaces because zimetufungua macho sana, especially when we're having people like Kivuta Kibwana. Personally, I met Kivuta Kibwana last month when we were attending a freedom writers session by Amnesty International Kenya at UON, and I really learned a lot from him. He has written a lot of books zenye ni za freedom and also law. So guys, if you find time, kindly go through those books. Unaweza zipata anywhere on on internet na pia kwa bookshop. Otherwise, kazi nzuri. Back to you, Chege.
Asante KOT. So guys, we still have Senator Okiya Omtata, but I'd like to give guys an opportunity to air their views and then also ask him questions. Senator, I hope uko sawa, you'll keep writing the questions and guys can then we can give you a chance after a few people have at least spoken.
That's okay. That's in order.
Asante sana. Ayo, karibu, mic ni yako.
Asante sana. Thank you so much, Afro, KOT, and Shege, for hosting and co-hosting this space. I mean, it's quite fundamental. I've really learned a lot that I did not know about. So my question just goes to Bwana Okiya Omtata, and my question is just along the lawmaking process, and because I mean we are here because of punitive laws that were being tried to be injected in this country, and that's why we are here on this space today. And even as we reflect upon the Saba Saba Day, my question, as we look towards the 2027 Kenyan general elections, Dr. Okiya Omtata, how do you propose that the IBC should be reconstituted to ensure rather greater transparency, probably efficiency and public trust? Because as we speak right now, we don't have the IBC, and thus we cannot go to election. No form of election can happen in this country as we speak. And from the previous elections, you understand that we all understand that the public have lost trust, even in the IBC. And additionally, amidst the current climate of protests and killings and loss of lives and probably property in the country, what measures can be put in place to keep the current government accountable? And in light of the public debt crisis that that has exacerbated economic hardships, how can we ensure the effectiveness and impartiality of the IBC in managing the electoral process, while also safeguarding the democratic rights and safety of all the Kenyans? Because we've seen the killings and nobody is coming to be accountable. It's coming forth to be accountable for the loss of lives, for the loss of property. It's just the public being blamed for what has been happening, and no government official has been taking accountability to account whatever has been happening in the country. So those are my few questions, if you don't mind. Thank you for the chance.
Wazi Ayo, thank you so much. And guys, follow Ayo, follow Afrocentric, follow KOT, follow myself. Let's follow all the people who are presenting. Let's retweet each other's messages so that we can keep this pressure on the government going. Nduta, I see you have your hand up.
Yes.
Let me give you a chance so that you can then drop and give others.
Thank you so much, Afrocentric. Mine, I will chime in a different angle. It is in regards to what I had mentioned earlier in terms of independence of the three arms of government. There was a lady before that mentioned about the constitution of the IEBC, and Nasra has also raised it up again. And Nasra was mentioning about the IEBC being reconstituted and representing the citizenry needs and so. My question to Omutata, before I give the question, is mine is to also thank Omutata for his zeal and commitment on activism. To ask my question, Omutata, who exactly appoints the commissioners of the IEBC, which has also been echoed by Oyo, that there's really a quick need for that to be constituted? Who exactly appoints the commissioners? Because we were having a conversation amongst ourselves, and it doesn't even seem to be clear in terms of the independence of the arms of government. Is it really the president that appoints them, or does the president appoint the tribunal and Does he just appoint the panel that just, takes them through before they are appointed by him or assented by him? So if in terms that he's also the one to appoint, how independent is that he's appointing the commissioners? How can we ensure that there is some independence? Because we've seen so much incongruent behavior. There is no independence at all in the three arms of government, especially the executive and the legislature. How can we ensure that there is some independence in the constitution, and how fast can we ensure that this IEBC is reconstituted? In terms of implementation, how can we tap on the action of implementation? He has promised on Tuesday, but what are the law guidelines in terms of the same? And I'll leave the question at that. Thank you. Thanks, Afro.
Thank you so much, Nduta. Kenyan lady, I'm not ignoring you. Unajua wewe ni mama yao. Do you want to ask a question now, or do you mind holding on? Because at least you'd asked earlier, and I was just thinking, let's allow other speakers to ask their questions. Is it pressing?
It's okay. I'll hold on. Actually, I'm trying to put in an icon, like a like icon and a love icon, and then I end up raising my hand. So go on.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay. Lord Abraham Mutai, karibu. Mike ni yako.
Asante sana. Huyu ni Chege.
Huyu ni Chege. Yes, it's Chege.
I'll be very quick. I've been listening. I'll be very quick. I have a question for Senator Omutata. There's a time Senator will tweet ukisema that our debt has actually been repaid, all of it. I think it was the around 1 trillion. You said that tumelipa yote. So I was interested to know, where did you get this information? And if it is actually true that we've paid it, all of it, and if we've paid all of it, what are we now paying? Why are politicians, keep on saying that to con outside, national debt outside, yet you at some point you said you got information that we've actually paid all of it. So I'd be interested to know if it is true and where you got that information. Asante sana Chege.
Karibu Mutai. Wazi yo. Niaje.
Hey, what's up, Niaje? Well,
Karibu, Mike.
no, thank you. And thank you guys for hosting this space. Afro, as always, man, it's a pleasure. I appreciate you using your platform to help us voice some of, how we feel about this government and about what's going on. I must confess, I'm a horrible public speaker, so forgive me if I have hiccups. I guess one of the questions that I was asking myself is, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing in these spaces after, what happened? And, I hear a lot of people talking about different things. And then I realized that we said we are going to sit down and strategize on a way to move forward. I think that this space and probably the upcoming space that we're going to have are supposed to be a tool to empower us, to empower the movement. I also appreciate, the legal minds like Senator Mtata, Dr. Miguna was, I think, here before. I'm not sure it was in this space or a different space. Professor Kibwana, Nazra. But I guess the most important question that I need to ask is, a lot has been said, but what's the strategy? And how are we going to define it and redefine it? So that now, when we move forward, we are not just moving forward with a lot of words and a lot of just talking. We have a strategy that we are going to implement. And I guess the better question is, how many strategies have we had? And what strategy has worked the most? I think to just answer that question, even though it's kind of a rhetorical question, is I think the activism has worked as one of the best strategies. Someone has said that the things that we have achieved by this activism has probably brought the government to his knees to actually act. Okay? And then how do we harness this activism to solve Number one, short-term goals. Short-term goals, by that I mean recall MPs, question how much they make and can we fix that. And on short-term goals, for example, let me talk about recalling MPs. It's very important that Senator Mtata, you help us address this issue of IABC reconstitution and whether or not it's, because I've heard you speak about it, and it's like I'm trying to understand, do we really need it to recall these MPs? And if we do, then can we hold the government accountable for the days that they give us? Because there's a how and when. I guess the how is we are trying to constitute IABC, for example, for a short-term goal. Okay? When? The president has talked about next week, Tuesday, someday. Okay, so if that's not done, what do we do? Okay, as a movement, we can protest about it. Our protests, again, are peaceful. Now, Professor Kibwana had spoke about dissolving the parliament for not implementing the gender rule. I think one of the things that we've been very loud about is the MPs who voted yes. But we haven't really necessarily appreciated the MPs who voted no. Okay? So what about those MPs who voted no? Could they be affected by something like this? All right? About long-term goals, we talk about voting. I guess, Senator Mtata, you can help us understand how to go about digital voting, like you mentioned. And more importantly, can we use IDs instead of voting cards? Because, some of the ways that we do, old ways of voting have been, so old, and can we kind of, use ways IDs? And I'm about to finish, Afro. On Professor Kivuta Kibwana, I have to let you know, guys, this is one of the most educated people I know in government. In case you don't know, he went to the likes of University of London, GW, so he's right up there, okay? And apparently, he had open procurement, and he was able to do that very, very well. You know what's funny is that some of us who have small businesses and have been trying, in a Uhuru time, I was able to partake some of, the tenders. However, it was such a hard road to take, man, because it's like for you to even, so they make these tenders public, and then now when you apply, it's like there's a committee that you have to talk to, and then you have to do this, and by the time you get this tenders, like, bro, really? So, for him to have been able to do this in an open forum, it is quite recommendable. And then also, he was able to implement free universal health care for his county, which is quite up there. And then more importantly, I think he introduced processing plants for things like mango and milk, and milk for farmers. Some of the things that some of our governors can take challenges. I guess being able to see what strengths you have in your county and, growing those strengths to help your people and to create employment. On Professor Omtata,
Please
I see
land,
you've
please
had,
land.
yeah, I'm about to land. I see you've had challenges on, on obtaining documents from court and so on and so on. I must say that the small court claims is one of the most corrupt courts that we have in the country. But the fact that you've gone through all that, okay, so it means that the system is not working. So what is the way forward? And I guess now I'm about to land with this final point. Do we protest every week? And if we are, what are some of the things that we need to list down so we can protest against it by putting down when and how, hows and when, and if it's not done at that particular time, we can go on the street. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Wazio. Hizo maswali zimekuwa mingi, zingine ulijibu, but thanks for that. I'm thinking maybe we can have one more. Please raise your hand if you have a question, and then we can give it to Okio Mtata as we admit other speakers. Anybody who would like to ask? Sioni mkono. Ayo, bado kuna swali? Haya, uliza.
Yeah, I think one last one alafu ni drop. My question was if the amendments of the Constitution and Elections Act are necessary to back recall of elected officials from MCA to president as as IBC is being sorted. what reason? What is there a reason the MPs will shoot down things against them? On terms of the strict recall conditions. So that's it for me. Let me just drop.
As in ndio wasitupatie technical knockout, is there anything that can make it fail? Is that the question, Ayo?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, sawa. Thanks, Ayo. Senator, karibu. I hope you've listed them. Please feel free to combine questions as you make your presentations, and then we'll admit other guys. Senator, are you with us? Can you hear us? Tunajua labda unakuwa sabotage. Wanajaribu. Philip, as we wait for Senator to come up, I can see your hand is
Thank
raised.
you, brother. Yeah, thank you. I wanted to add one more to words. This is Philip McLeod, so already introduced myself. And vocally, of course, you guys have known me for fearless content and stuff. But as much as we're pushing these, I want us also to continue being with the spirit of leaderless, faceless, fearlessness, and all that. As Senator Okiya Omtatah, who is very, very vocal onto this, we remember very well, he's among the people who started by, petitioning the unconstitutionalness of the housing, levy, whatever housing levy and all those things. So what I want to ask, when we remember about BBI, it had a place where the Ombudsman office was to be empowered enough to be able to be recalling these people. So I want to ask the senator, is it possible that that office that is still there, it's being funded by the COFAS money, can it be able to come up and do this? Can it work that way as we wait for the IEBC courts, because we're not sure whether it's going to be coming out anytime soon? Secondly, I will want us to also remember that this is the day that the great Martin Shikuku, the great James Orengo, the great Governor Anyang' Nyong'o, Raila Odinga, and many others, men who are young by then, called for revolution. So for me, this spirit of Gen Z is taking over. We as millennials, we are behind you, and we want you to continue pushing. As somebody say, will we be protesting every week? Do we have agenda? Let me give you an example. During Mandamano Tuesdays and Thursdays, during when Azimio was leading it, I remember it was very, very difficult to penetrate CBD until on the 7th of 2023. That is when Baba accessed CBD, and it was peaceful. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was injured. And I think from there, the Gen Zs showed us, like, if Baba can get there, we can too. And this is what we're doing. So I really appreciate. Thank you for your time, guys. God bless you. And keep on pushing. Viva, viva, viva until the end.
Asante, Philip. Asante sana. Senator, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity again. And I want to go through the questions that I was asked. What was remaining was that a matter to do with women in the House, in Parliament. How come that the women are not vocal? I don't know the women in the National Assembly. In the Senate, I tend to see that the women are fairly vocal, but there's a structural restriction on them. Only 3 women have votes in the Senate. All the other votes belong to men. Because the nominated senators have no vote. They don't vote on the floor of the House. They can contribute to debate, they can do whatever, they can move bills, but they cannot even vote on their own bills. So there's that restriction that only 47 elected senators vote, and of the 47, only 3 are elected. That is Fatuma Dulo from Isiolo, you have Senator Keroche from Nakuru, and you have Senator Kavindu from Machakos. The rest of us are men, and so we keep on drowning the voice of women. But I usually see very, very animated debates, and as I had referred earlier, we have got a bill on the floor of House on child maternity and stuff, which I think the men did not know the kind of things that women go through in the maternity room. And if you read that bill, it's very chilling. So it was moved by Senator Beatrice, nominated from Muhammad Bay. So I think in the Senate, the women have done fairly well, except that they don't have a vote. That's how I leave that too. But matters to do with the women issues, especially maternity and child welfare, are very, very complex. And the bill that's on the floor of House needs the input. I showed it to some doctors who deal with gynecologists, and they told me that they think the bill is very, very good, but there are very, very key areas it is not addressing. And so some doctor friends of mine who are the gynecologists and staff are looking at it, and I hope to get some comprehensive proposal on how to improve upon it. But this is a bill by a lady senator. In terms of bills moved by members, I think women have done very well. Most of the bills we have on the floor of the House are by the women senators. Although they will not be able to vote on their own bills, most of them. We go to the question of procurement in counties. I think procurement, the way it is, it should be a standard law. If we leave it to counties to come up with their own procurement laws, they might come up with and ring fence things that may lock out other people, given the way counties are inward looking. What needs to be done is that there should be really strong requirements that whatever is being procured has the level, the price. They have very strong control prices. Otherwise, if you look at, like somebody said, when you look at the quotations that usually come in tenders, and the requirement is that the lowest evaluated bidder, not necessarily not even just the lowest bidder, but the lowest evaluated bidder, you'll find most of them are 60, 70, 80, or even 100+% the market price. Like when biro pens are supplied at 300 shillings a biro pen, it's really sickening. And when you go through these documents, you'll find that a lot of this is happening, and you'll not be able to fix them because they did a tender. The lowest bidder won, the evaluated bidder won the tender. The control mechanism relationship with the market prices is not there. So it becomes an avenue whereby there's a lot of pilferage, and especially when you find that some of these tendering companies are owned by the same people issuing the tenders. And this brings in the questions of conflict of interest and stuff and what have you. So I would rather myself that the county governments be under national law on procurement, a standardized law, but that law must be very, very strong on questions of questions of reserve prices. That law should also allow people who are not bidders to petition the tribunal. The Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act right now only allows people who have participated in a tender to move the tribunal and complain about it. So if that is done and it's a bit opened up, it will be, I think, okay. The question of the composition of the IBC is a question that I've got no meeting of minds with anybody almost in Kenya. I don't know why, except for this MP. The name is disappearing again, a good friend of mine. But the thing is this: we are not inventing the wheel. Can we look at what the other countries have done with their electoral systems? And if you look around from the USA, who are presiding over elections? In the UK, who are presiding over elections? In most of these all the democracies, and who are presiding over elections? How do they get their electoral officials? You'll find that it's political parties, the people who are fighting over these seats, who nominate their members to sit in these commissions and ensure that nobody is cheating out on the other one. When you bring me religious leaders, what stake do they have in an election? You bring me the Law Society of Kenya, what stake does it have in an election? You bring me ISPAC. You bring me who? What stake do they have in an election? So I would rather say that we imitate what has worked for these other people. And it worked for us when we had the IPPG thing, interparliamentary group, whatever, that gave us free and fair elections in 2002, delivered a referendum in 2010. He also delivered a referendum in a successful referendum in 2005 when people were able to reject the machinations by the Quebec administration to impose a constitution that was unpopular. So for me, if we did case studies, then we realize we don't have to keep on inventing the wheel. Okay, we have got this constitution of ours. It requires, it has got a procedure for appointing these commissioners and what have you. Now, when we come to the constitution, we want an independent commission. Okay. Now, which countries have used an independent commission? Look at South Africa. Look at Brazil. How do they end up with an independent commission? I'm telling you, it's a practical impossibility to get an independent commission using an ad hoc selection panel. How does an ad hoc selection panel birth an independent commission? This ad hoc selection panel dies the moment the commissioners are in office. When these people mess, nobody's held accountable. So it is very easy for this ad hoc selection panel to simply do their thing and get whatever they get and go. Nobody will hold them accountable. When Chebukati messed and did whatever he did, for those of us who think he messed, or when Cherera messed on the other side, for those who think Cherera and others messed, anyway, who was there to take the blame for having appointed these people? There was nobody. Now, where independent commissions are, like in Brazil, independent and permanent institutions are the ones that choose the commissioners. The judiciary, the commission, the other bodies that are independent, they constitute the electoral body. In fact, in Brazil, it's virtually the judiciary that does it. They constitute the electoral body. Those people who are doing the appointment hold very prominent and permanent jobs. They can't afford to put any nonsense in that commission because they will be accountable. And they usually elect people of very credible character. South Africa is the same. The electoral commission is constituted not through an ad hoc committee of fellows that should be religious leaders, should be LSK, should be, I don't know, the traders, should be business, appointing people, should be parliament, what have you. Then when the panel is constituted, it makes the appointment, it dies. The same thing we are repeating in the current law. We are trying to achieve the impossible by having an ad hoc body give birth to an independent body. It can't work. It's never worked anyway. So we are again facing another failure. If we can't do it through political parties, the way the old democracies do, then we do the way the modern democracies do. We have an independent judiciary, we have an independent commission and whatever. These bodies should be constituting the IBC using a special criteria of who can sit and who cannot sit. And then they are there, they know that whoever they choose, they'll live with the mess. And they'll be held to account if they choose people who do not merit. That would be my contribution to the question of IBC. And then the law the president is going to sign into law.
Before you move away from that, Senator,
Yeah.
because I think maybe those of us who are a bit older, the Gen X's and the millennials who participated in maybe more than one election, can understand the role of the commissioners of the IBC. But in order to help our younger listeners, can you maybe explain what the role of the commissioners of the IBC is, maybe at least briefly, versus the secretariat, which is now where all the returning officers sit under the CEO? And the reason why you were saying that the IBC is currently there and therefore they can run elections, and then maybe compare. We've just witnessed an election in the UK. We are about to witness an election in the US, and for those who might not know, in the US there is nobody who declares the president. It is the press. You hear CNN has called the election for so and so. So because you had alluded to it, but maybe to help people understand a little bit what you're talking about, and when you're asking why do I need the churches, why do I need the ISPAC?
Yes, basically what I'm saying that. Well, the IBC, the role of the IBC is spelled out in the Constitution, and I think Professor Kivuta Kibwana referred to it. They conduct elections, they conduct referenda, they do continuous registration, and the IBC has got two components. There's the commission, which then which then appoints the staff, and the staff which then executes its mandate, the mandate of the IBC, because commissioners don't do registration of voters, commissioners don't go into polling booths to preside over elections. Even if they wanted to, they cannot. There are too few. So the work of the IBC should be looked in terms of the policy framework and in terms of the execution on the ground. So you have got the returning officers who are permanent employees, and I think every constituent even now has a returning officer who is there in charge of the ABC. The presiding officers who preside in polling stations are usually hired on temporary basis. And I think some of you may have been officers in the last election and are not permanent employees of the IBC, but they are contracted for the duration of the election to preside over the election and do that. Now, when you come to the UK, you find that the culture is slightly different. When you look at these states, they've had a long, long journey. The Magna Carta and all those, you come down, they've had all those fights and what have you. We are trying to achieve what these people have achieved over millennia, over centuries, not millennia, over centuries, within a very short time of less than 100 years. So Kenya is now 61 years old since it got the flag independence. Now, when you look at these countries, their systems have been so distilled over time that they have even emerged a culture whereby they can even have elections conducted at random by people who just volunteer, step forward and preside over elections and declare the results. Now, when you come to the US, unfortunately, after Trump, a lot of things have been rolled back in the US. The same suspicions and distrust that we have in the third world, especially in Kenya, is another major problem that's bedeviled the US. But there's still that honesty in terms of how they conduct the elections and how they declare their winners. There's some pride in that. But in our elections, there's a lot of shortcuts and a lot of mistrust and a lot of because the state is considered considered as dominate. It dominates and it exploits those who don't control it. So the fight is the fight to get your hands onto this predatory state, so that you can protect yourselves from that state. At least one of your own within control of that state, you look better. So every election in this country is an existential fight between groups, not because Kenyans hate each other outside politics, but because the state is predatory and the people feel that the hyena from your village might eat you and leave the head for burial. So things like those. So we have that particular fear that then informs our mistrust of electoral environments, and we tend to undercut each other. We tend to do funny things. So elections become very, very violent in terms of even the campaigning. Sometimes people just get killed during campaigns because we want to control the state, we want to lay our hands on the state, be it at the MCA level, be it at MP level, be it at the governor or presidency. You want to lay your hands at that level. So we can't really easily compare ourselves to these other Western democracies. But that's where we are. And our elections now, like in the US, you'll find that most of the time winners are just called by the media. They can say the election is too close to call and they surrender their hands and wait for the last ballot to be counted, or they can reach a point where they say, even if all the ballots were counted and they went in such a manner, the guy in group A, the number A guy or number B guy, is not assailable, and therefore he's been declared the winner. And that's the same architecture we have in our constitution, which we have failed to roll out. And I was referring people, particularly to Article, I think it's 86. First of all, Article 138 for the presidential election, which says that in the event, 138 clause 2, I think, that where more than one person is cleared to vie for the presidency, there shall be an election in each constituency. And when you come to Article 86, then you find that elections in the constituency are presided over by two people: the returning officer at the constituency level and the presiding officer at the polling station level. And since the courts have rightfully declared that the polling station results are final, then those polling station results should be taken to the constituency. And the constituency level now declares who won as the MCA for a certain ward, who won as a member of the National Assembly, who won as a women rep, who won as a senator, who won as a governor, who won as president. And they do that. Then at the county level now, the county seats can then be collected at the county level, and we know who has won on the basis of the certificates that have received from the constituencies. Then for the president, at the national level, 290, like for me in Busia, there would be 7 certificates because Busia has got 7 constituencies or sub-counties. Could be 7 certificates showing who has won the race for the Senate race in each constituency. Then an aggregation will be done of the votes and say, okay, the overall winner is so and so. For the presidency, we need these 290 results signed by the presiding officers in real time. That's why the prompt results are required. Article 86 is very clear that one of the attributes of the election is that it must be prompt. The results are promptly announced and tabulated. So we get these things in real time, and by midnight on election day, our media should be calling the election for one or who or the other candidate. Then the formality now remains as maybe issuing the final certificate from IBC, which if you look at Article 138 again and you go to clause 10, I think, it says that the chairman of the IBC will declare the results. There is no provision for bombers that we go and tally results at bombers. The mandate to conduct elections is in the constituency, they end in the constituency and must end there. The issue of transmitting results from polling stations to Nairobi is in the Elections Act, which is unconstitutional and against the architecture in the Constitution. So my position was that one of the things we must achieve is to ensure that the next election of president ends at the constituency. And the media can call it, and then we wait for a more formal handing over of certificate or whatever by the chairman. The chairman declares he does not tabulate. He does not do anything else. Whoever tabulates is the guy at the polling station, at the constituency. And if you have participated in elections at the level of the constituency, you'll realize how difficult it will be to rig any of the elections, because the officials are there. And they will not allow even the votes to be messed up with. So, and given the very short time that they have, to just be declared, and it will be known that, okay, here, then at the end of the day, now we cannot tabulate them for issue of having one at least in 24 counties and stuff like that, and maybe having 50% plus one of the votes cast. So that's why I was saying that we must fight for the next election to terminate at the constituency level. We rule out bombers, we rule out all the expenses we spend in bombers, all the violence that comes with the bombers, all those things, the theatrics with bombers, we get rid of them. We wait for the media to call the elections for us or whoever. Let people concede even before announcements. You saw the other day in the UK, somebody conceding before even the results had been announced. Because he knows how the election has gone in real time. So that's what the architecture for Kenya is. Now, if is anything I've left out on that particular issue? The other thing,
No, I think you can continue.
I wanted to address is the budgets for commissions. You know, when commissions were invented, there was this question: how do you speak truth to power? So there was a proposal that which you carried the day that you can set up into constitutional commissions which are independent and which can then be used to address power and address issues that have been subject to a lot of abuse. Now, these commissions, if you look at Article 249, Clause 3 of the Constitution, are supposed to be adequately funded by Parliament. Now, Parliament is the Senate and the National Assembly. But you'll find that all budgets from 2010 have never gone to Parliament. All budgets remain in the National Assembly, and the National Assembly does not then do justice because what has happened is that CDF has totally compromised the MPs. Once they are given what they want in CDF, they rubber stamp the rest of the document. So the funding for commissions is a big challenge. And before we condemn them, we need to ensure that their budget comes to a sober house like the Senate, which is largely tends to be bipartisan, and they get to address both houses so that their budgets are filtered by both houses, and then they get the funding that they're entitled to get so they can be able to perform their business. But there's also a big level of state capture, whereby the same people who are being put into these commissions to become another dumping ground for state. Those people who are friendly to regime, the friends of the regime get dumped into these things. So there's need for deliberate action to be able to ensure that these bodies are populated by people who have certain convictions and who can deliver on the mandates of the commission so that we can be able to achieve the role of these commissions. And the other thing has been the question of equitable development of this country, and you'll find that one of the big problems we have in Kenya is that our regions, even within a constituency, even find that the wards tend to be antagonistic to each other. The regions are antagonistic to each other. Instead of collaborating and supplementing each other, our regions, for whatever reason, maybe because the way our politics is conducted, our regions are never handled as part of the larger whole. We tend to want to handle our country like it is small bits of kingdoms that are antagonistic to each other, not a simple republic that can work well. Another thing I wanted to look at is the question of corruption generally. We have tended to look at corruption in terms of misuse of public funds and money. We have not looked at corruption in policy. And corruption in policy, my fellow Kenyans, denies this country its birthright more than corruption in terms of revenues collected. I want to give you an example. Kenya's free economic zone in the Indian Ocean is fairly big, many times bigger than several times bigger than the dry land. The other day, I was given a lesson of my lifetime in terms of the Indian Ocean by officials from the Ministry of, which will allow me not to mention them, Ministry of Fisheries. Some junior officers came to my office with the piles of documents, and they said, "Senator, we need your help here." And said, "Okay, educate me." They begin showing me World Bank maps of the Indian Ocean, and they tell me in terms of the tuna fish, the entire Indian Ocean is barren, except for the waters from Somalia to Tanzania down to Madagascar. But the epicenter of the fish, the tuna fish, is on the Kenyan coast. This tuna fish, the industry, according to World Bank figures, it's worth 10 trillion shillings. 10 trillion shillings a year. Kenya has deliberately refused to develop capacity to tap into this resource because companies from Australia, Singapore, China, wherever, bribe our officials to continue just issuing licenses, not to develop the fishing. So these people are so annoyed that recently there were regulations which were passed that will even make matters worse, that even the little development we're trying to do to see a nascent industry, fishing industry developed that can make this tuna be landed on the Kenyan soil before it can be taken elsewhere, not just be handled on ships and whatever, are defeating the whole purpose that they were trying to that have worked on for so long. So they say we shall continue getting peanuts in terms of license fees, and our gold is being taken away. Where can we control the tuna? Where can we work in this 10 trillion economy and fix even these debts we are talking about? We fix them overnight. Where can the government invest there? So the corruption in policy, that's one example of corruption in policy. You have seen very many people want to develop factories. You had Dangote. Dangote wanted to come here and put up a cement factory. He had to go to Ethiopia because the local idiots demanded kickbacks. I have cases where people want to invest in this country, but the people who control investments want to be co-owners of the investment. They demand to be given shares. So that kind of corruption needs to be dealt with ruthlessly. And for the tuna industry in our waters, in our free economic zone, and other resources in the free economic zone, need to be owned by the people of Kenya and to be exploited by the people of Kenya for the benefit of the people of Kenya. Poverty in the modern world is allowing people to take away your raw material. We must have our value addition, and that 10 trillion shilling industry should be benefiting the people of Kenya, not Australians, Singaporeans, Chinese, Indians, and others. And this is data from the World Bank, which these people are showing me. I'm still reading through the dossiers, but that's something that really, really broke my heart to see that we are here scrapping and struggling. We're not doing anything. Look at the policy on livestock. Look at the dry, the arid and semi-arid areas. How much, if we invested in this area seriously, in terms of dams, pasture, a very fertile land, pasture and habitats and whatever, we can turn this kind around to be a net export of beef. Right now, we are depending a lot largely on beef that is stolen from Ethiopia and wherever and brought into this country. So why are we not doing those things? So we need to go down and look at what is it we have. And for Kenyans, for me, the poverty in Kenya is not deprivation. The poverty in Kenya is the inability to use what we have. That's the challenge we have. A challenge of leadership, even for Gen Z. When you get into leadership, your challenge is one: how do you convert the resources into wealth? How do you convert your resources into general wealth? So you can have millionaires in the village and millionaires working on the street, like other countries do. Not everybody is destitute for a job and a meal and what have you. So, how do you convert our vast resources into wealth in our pockets and on our tables? That's the challenge of leadership that we must address and we must face and defeat that corruption in policy that denies us the chance to grow as a modern nation. There was a question of roads that are built, and sometimes you drive for so long you don't meet anybody. Usually, roads need to be built in terms of resources. If you see the Uganda Railway, as we call it, the railway from Mombasa to Kampala, the Uganda Railway was built to get resources out of the Central Africa region. So we need also to have, and we need also to have industry around roads. Yes, there's a push for roads. It's a demonstration of something. But realistically, if you have industry somewhere, you rarely have bad roads unless it is deliberate by those people in industries, like they've tended to do in the roads to our game parks and whatever. But usually, like when we had Mumias Sugar in in Western performing, the earth roads were very well maintained because Mumias Sugar needed to go to the farms and move sugarcane to the factory. So it could not afford to have bad roads. So those kind of things, we must realize that roads must be integrated into industry. We have Kisumu International Airport. It's not integrated in the region at all. There's no horticulture industry around it. There's no flower industry around it. There's hardly any cargo around it. Just for some small group of elites to do the catwalk when they come to the plains and going to the plains. And the whole facility is totally underutilized. Same thing the Eldoret International Airport, totally underutilized. At least the Mombasa one carries tourists and stuff. So can we integrate this infrastructure that we build into our local economies and use it as a catalyst to revive the rural areas and make sure that you have got proper industry? So I agree with the observation that the roads to nowhere phenomenon is very, very disturbing. And especially if you take into account the cost at which these roads are put up. So let us do that. And then
Senator, maybe because I know I'm seeing posts that the event is about to start at Uhuru Park, and I know that there is people who are probably keen to go there. I was thinking maybe we can see if we can take a few more questions, and then you can continue as as you cover the remaining questions.
Okay.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, sawa sawa. Isaac, you've been waiting for long. Karibu. Makena nakuona. Client 131 nakuona. Others, please put up your hands. We'll get to you. So it will be Isaac, then Makena, then client 131.
Okay. Thank you, Chege. Thank you, Afrocentric. Thank you, KOT. I hope I'm loud.
Yes, tunakusikia.
Okay, my question to Senator, I'd like to hear his reasoning about the role it might play in our next election, because that is now the next big thing. As we look forward towards recalling these MPs, if we get the IEBC in place, I want him to really give his mind on the role of voter registration and among the youths, especially towards this coming election in the next cycle. Now, I want him to he talked about digitization of votes. He mentioned about the role of the youth in voting. Is it possible to have the Kenyans maybe find a mechanism to ensure that in future we don't have to make registration of votes a difficult task, so that it gets possible for Kenyans to vote with IDs from wherever they will be? Again, he mentioned about the returning officers at the Constitution. This
Isaac, we are losing
okay,
you.
sorry, I'm back. Are you getting me now?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yes, nakusikia.
Elections Act of 2011 between now and the next election amended or removed, so that we don't have to make the IEBC chairman a returning officer of the presidential elections, so that we, the citizens, the media, and every other person can be able to call the elections at the constituency level. And our major problems comes in when we are waiting for the results to move from the constituency level to the national level. I think I'll wind it up at that point. Please hand over the mic to the next person. Thank you.
Asante. Makena, good to see you. How are you,
Good,
bro?
how are you, Chege?
Salama kabisa.
Asante. So,
Now, I had two questions for our senator. Now, one is there are incidences where MPs are not favored in some way, like what happened with the um, what happened with the CDF when in 2022 when the court ruled conflict of interest, um, and immediately the new parliament was formed in after the general election in 2022. They went ahead and changed a clause within the legislation to allow them still be in charge of CDF, which the court had ruled unconstitutional due to conflict of interest. Other instances are where, like the SRC, when they propose to reduce the salaries of MPs, the MPs go ahead and set their own salaries, and they somehow play with the legislation to act in their favor. Now, what can we do as Kenyans? Because we do understand that, like Senator explained before, for example, if the president needs to pass a bill in parliament, they use CDF to manipulate MPs and say, because we know our members of parliament steal almost 90% of the CDF money. For example, in my own constituency, I've seen instances where uh, kids are given bursaries. They're given bursaries and then they pay in cash. You kind of buy a check, so the money goes as you buy a check in discount. So if you're given 5,000, you pay maybe 3,000 or 4,000, and you're given that check. So it's indicated that your school fees have been paid, but on the other hand, you just bought your school fees, your bursary at a discount. So there's a lot of corruption that happens at the constituency level when it comes to bursaries and the CDF money, um, at large. So what can we do as a country? Because for example, running as a member of parliament, you find that most of them do not want to run it for any other office, say the Senate, because they know that as a member of parliament, at least you're able to manage their 150K plus a year on CDF, so they are not there to serve. So that's kind of a motivation for them to go and manage that and steal from it. So what can we do as a country to make sure that MPs don't make laws that favor them and instead go for the interest of all the Kenyans for the better of our country? And the second question was, uh, have I forgotten? I think I've forgotten the second question. I'll let the next person speak.
I'll keep you on the panel, Makena. Think about it, alafu unaweza rudia. Client 131.
Yeah, good evening, guys. Okay, good afternoon.
Afternoon, bro.
Yeah. First of all, I'd like to applaud the senator for the information he's giving us. And mine is, I
We
think,
can't hear you.
Please come closer to your mic. We are struggling.
Yeah. I like to ask like two questions. I don't know if you're hearing me properly.
It's a bit better, but nasikia ni kama unasongea karibu zaidi. Endelea.
Okay, so my question was, my thing was, first of all, I normally blame this situation which we are on this moment, mostly on this Northeastern MP, the 10 Northeastern MP, in particular the UDM party, because they are the one who shifted. And I don't know what we can do to recall these people, because these are the people that they have put us in the mess that we are in it today. If it weren't for them, I think we'll be having a very capable speaker in the name of Marende, who I believe that he could have steered this legislature arm in a very rightful way, because we have seen him before. So for me, I would like Senator to try to expound us on this recall clause, because I think for us, that is the one most important thing, because we have to revive at least one arm of government, because now we are losing, it's like we are losing all arm of government. because for me, actually, I don't even trust the judiciary, you know, because I feel like they are all held captive. You can see that even the judiciary is held captive. So it's like we have to find a way to at least have one arm of government can have a control of as people, so that our voice can be heard. And the only easy arm of government that we can have, I think, is the legislature. So the recall clause, I think that one we have to push. We have to push as a team. We don't have to be divided. And the other thing, because the executive, we can, I know I'm one of the person who is pushing for Ruto must go, but this one I think it's a long call, because the only way that the constitution allows for us is the impeachment, for which we don't have. I don't know if we can use the route of the judiciary, I don't know, but for us, I know it's through the legislature, which again, we have to go back to my point number one. But on this also, because now I believe that we are strategizing, I'd like us to emphasize on there is this 48 laws of power. We have to look at law number 29, which normally says that you have to plan from the start to the end. You have to see from the start to the end. You see the like, where are we ending to? And in between, we know that there'll be distractions. How are we going to tackle this distraction? Like, for instance, let's see like how we started. Then they came, there was distraction. We were divided in a way, but at least we are coming back. I can see now we are coming back together. But there was this buying of people. They tried to see who is our leader. That's why there was a lot of abduction. They wanted to find out who is our leader so that they can strike the head, because they knew that if they strike the head, they will kill us. And that's why they tried to make propaganda that there is the issue of the money. They brought in hatred on Hanifa and other people. But at least we could see their lies. So the thing is, I'm trying to emphasize that as we strategize, we should try to look on this law number 29, so that we know that even if there is distraction, how are we going to overcome this distraction? So for me, that's all. I'd like to give the mic, and thank you so much.
Asante sana. Isaac.
Okay. I wanted to add one more
Naona
question.
umeinua mkono.
Yes, I wanted to ask one more question. There's an article by somebody, John, on the dailies today, about us having the names of politicians on projects by the CDF, mostly, especially these MPs. They are appending their names on projects done by the taxpayers' money. It's like they want us to glorify them. It's like they want it to be like it's like a favor they are doing the citizenry who elected them. Do we have policies on the same, how we can really get rid of their names from these projects? We avoid the issue of maendeleo isikuwe ni kama ni favor, isikuwe ni kama ni kitu mtu anabembeleza hawa watu watupate. We do away with the idea ya kubembeleza. Like, I hope you are getting me.
Yeah, we are getting you.
Yeah, somebody to talk about it, please.
Enoch Anyika, please mute your mic. Ukiingia tafadhali keep your mic muted.
Okay, thank you. I think you can
Ngoja
now.
kidogo Isaac. Enoch. Hey, KOT, nisaidie kumute ama umteremshe. Enoch Anyika. I'm trying to mute him lakini ni kama siwezi. KOT, mteremshe tafadhali.
I think I was going to stop later after I hold them.
Afo, is it your mic that is nini? Is talking? Okay. Isaac, umemaliza?
Okay, yeah, as I winded up by saying that somebody mwenye ako na expertise on the same, is it right that they are writing their names? Mtu wa respond to that, please. Thank
It's
you.
very wrong. Hiyo tunajua, tumesema mara mingi. It is public money. They should not have their names and their pictures there. But Okio Mtata, I hope you've heard. Hiyo atakujibu. Asante Isaac. Makena, umekumbuka? Naona mkono umeinua sasa.
Ilikuwa
Haya, sawa. Wale wamemaliza, by the way, help us by just dropping yourself so that we can add other people so that we keep the conversation flowing. Thanks. Go,
all right,
Makena.
thank you, Chege. Now, the other question I had was about the reports. We know like a report like that of the TJRC report that was presented to Uhuru Kenyatta during his first term. A lot of taxpayers' money was used to come up with that report. And we all know that our country has experienced a lot of historical injustice since independence. The issue of blood was also included in that report. And this being relevant to today's Saba Saba, we kind of know what people experience, the injustices that freedom fighters and people who have been fighting for democracy experienced in the past. So this report was tabled and it's never been implemented. I would like to hear from Senator if there's anything as the Senate or if he is aware that anything that is being done to ensure that these reports are being implemented so that families and Kenyans at large that have experienced injustices can be able to at least get a relief. Thank you. That's all, Chege. I'll drop to the listeners.
Very good question, Makena. TJRC, waambie hiyo ni Truth, Justice and Reconciliation Commission.
Hiyo.
Very good. Very good question. Yeah, tuacha tusaidie, at least we know some people might not have some of these things. This was the report about the 2007 clashes, big commission, big inquiry. Senator, over to you. Senator, are you there? Can you hear us? Tunaona ni kama alidrop. Did you drop, Senator? Gasheri. Hiyo ni high five ama unataka kuongea? Please take the mic. All right, anybody else who wishes to take the mic? Anyone on the speaker panel? Just unmute yourself and start talking as probably we try and find Senator.
Yeah, I had a question on diaspora, but nafikiri Senator ametoka, si ndio? That means we'll have to repeat our questions and then take more time.
Edi kama. So tufungue roho sasa. Afro, are you
Fungua
still
open
there?
mic alafu ndio tuende party.
Watu wanataka kwenda kubanjuka.
Yes, for our heroes.
It's for our heroes. It's for our heroes, guys. I've posted two minis on the comment section. You can see them. Please retweet. Let's have guys supporting our heroes. Yeah, go ahead. Was it Mukeni?
Good afternoon, everybody. My actual names are Cindy Mwendwa. This is just one of my many accounts. I ran for office in 2022 and people keep saying I was an independent candidate because the party I was running on was not in any one of the coalitions. And I was happy for that. So I'd like to say something. During my campaign, I did something that was unprecedented. I made promises to the people of Dagoretti North. And I want to tell you where corruption begins. It begins there. At the beginning, where someone says, I'm going to vie for a position, and where you're going to join a party. I have a whole list of questions for the senator, but by the time he comes, let me share with you something. To join a party, particularly the big parties, it's like a pyramid scheme. to knock on the door, you're at the bottom of that pyramid scheme. And then you need to pay. And the next door, you open as you go up before you actually get into the party, you have to pay. And this money is either coming out of your savings, or you've taken a loan, or your family and friends have given you, which you have to give back. It is crazy. And I looked really for a party that spoke to my, to my convictions, to my principles and my values. And eventually I joined NAC Kenya. And when NAC Kenya went to join Azimio, I pulled out because I didn't want to go through that pyramid scheme. If today I want to speak to Martha Karua, I just pick up the phone and I call her. If I want to speak to Raila, I know how many people, 2-3 people, and I will get him on the phone call. But it didn't speak to my convictions and what I thought was good for the people of Kenya. I made a couple of promises to the people of Dagoretti North. The first promise I made was I'm going to obey the law. The second was I am going to hold, public meetings so that we can hear what is it that the people on the ground really want. What do they need? What are their shidas? So that we can actually be able to address them as a member of, of Bunge. And people told me, you can't do this. You must promise them roads. You're going to bring them water. You're going to do. And I said, why are you lying to people? And when I got onto the ground, people are looking at me and thinking, who are you? Because you're not a politician. And I said, I'm not a politician because I think our politicians are MPigs. They're just pigliticians. And people looked at me and said, why are you coming so late? And I said, why? What do you mean late? I mean, if the devil comes and knocks on your door, he's the first person who knocks on your door, and tomorrow, the next week, God knocks on your door, who are you going to follow? It's not because the first person has knocked on your door. But in actual fact, people said, I can't vote for you because I gave so-and-so gave me unga, so-and-so gave me 100 shillings. And I thought, are we so rotten at the core as a society? And really, I saw it. I didn't have big wigs, bodyguards following me. I walked into Kawangware. People looked at me as though I was mad. I had my family calling me every minute. I said, stop calling me. I live in this community. I can walk in this community. Whoever wants to kill me can kill me. So the senator talked about policies. Now, how do policies get twisted so that it is in the favor of whoever is in power or those people who are there? It starts with the officials. So if you then bribe to get into a party and then you become a public official, then you're at their mercy. And therefore, when they say you vote for a policy in a particular way or amend policies in a particular way, you're already bought and you're finished. 99% of those who are in this government on both sides of the divide are corrupt. They are corrupt. When you hear people talking about follow the party line, then I'm thinking, is it the party or is it the people who voted you in? And these are questions that we must ask ourselves. I cannot be more proud, really, today to be a Kenyan. There are many times I've thought, I am relocating, I am migrating, I am leaving, I'm taking my child with me and we're going because I cannot anymore. I cannot breathe in this Kenya. And the Gen Zs have made me breathe. We need to be very clear about something. When someone comes to bring you jogo, and you need to talk to that person who comes to clean your house, because the people who are talking here are not from the low-income communities. They are not. You need to tell them, if somebody does some work for you, the kiosk you go to buy, you need to speak to them. What do we need to do? And I spoke about it in Spice FM. They invited me for an interview. You'll see it on YouTube. And I said, you know what? There is one thing that is extremely important. We need to do civic education. And if we don't do it, then we're going to continue in this downward spiral way. There is no other way. So I urge you, all of you, the hosts in this, this group, also people like Senator, you can do podcasts. You can put them on YouTube. And we say, we are actually going to talk about this particular issue. If it is, for example, what is the role of an MP, a member of National Assembly? What can they do and what can't they do? What is the role of IEBC? When the senator talks about that, in fact, the commissioners have no muscle whatsoever. Today, you should be able to walk into, a Huduma center and register as a voter and nobody stops you. Nothing should stop that. But then we are so hooked and brainwashed that if there are no commissioners, then we cannot recall MPs, that we cannot actually, register as voters. Those are lies that have been told to every single one of us. And we must wake up. How are we going to wake up? So between me and all of you who are sitting here, I think, 16,000 people here, I'm not sure exactly how many, we can now educate ourselves, but we are a drop in the ocean. We need to really create podcasts. We need to put them on YouTube. We need to start really saying, let's take a look at the Constitution as it is. That Constitution, as you all know, till today has never been fully implemented. Otherwise, we would not be talking. There'd be no government. Why? Because they have not even implemented the very simple thing, the 2/3 rules. All right? So I don't know whether the senator is here so that I can ask my questions, but give you another example of something that is so illegal and it's glaring. Ruto has decided, no, let me call him by the name. Zakayo has decided that he's going to, constitute an audit committee. This is against the Constitution. There is no this or that. When he constitutes those people and appoints them and he will pay them, then they are at his mercy. So when Faith, the LSK chair, has decided she's not going to, partake in it, really, we must not just recommend her, we must applaud her, we must sing her praises. We need to create a hashtag telling Zakayo that this is illegal and we are aware of it. That's the only way he's going to bow to pressure. We should not relent whatsoever. I work for an international organization. I have signed up a contract that is quite detailed that says I should not partake in elections, and I don't agree with it. So when you see that my name is not really my name, understand why. Okay? Nevertheless, can I still do things with you? I can. Can the senator do that? He can. How can we support the senator when he goes to court? We need to think about that. We need to ask him, and he needs to come here and tell us, how can we, each one of us, we can play a role. Okay, whoever is speaking, can they mute? All right. So I have about 6 questions for the, for the senator. When he comes on board, I will come back on. But I hope you hear me. We need to be honest about, what kind of country we want. And it starts from me and you. All right? It's not about we're waiting for somebody to show us the way. It's not acceptable. When you hear the MCAs, really they've come from nowhere to owning houses in the most lucrative, suburb areas. You ask, how did that happen? When we know what their salaries are. We must question all these things. People who have information, do not hesitate to share that information with people who okay, I can send this to, Afrocentric. I can send this to KOT. I can send this, and we are going to expose it. The only way we're going to bring these people to book, it's not just about kicking people out. It's really about saying these people need to go. All right. Afrocentric, can you mute that
Just
person,
land so
whoever
that
it is?
I can talk to this guy. Yeah. Just mute yourself.
Or drop him. You can actually take him out. They can always join back.
Yeah, I know. Enoch Anyika. Enoch Anyika. Enoch. Okay, I'll drop him.
You let me know when I can speak.
Sorry, I'm trying to drop him. KOT, when just remove him, please. I'm trying to mute him. Mute.
Okay, as you do that, please, somebody needs to tell all these Gen Zs, do not relent. Do not give up, because when you give up now, then that's going to be the end. It will die. Tuesdays, Thursdays on the ground.
Around 12.
Who is talking?
Okay, I'm going to mute myself so that you can deal with that person.
Yeah, thanks, Mukeni. Who is it that's talking? Coyote, can you see?
No, it's okay now. It was much Michina.
It's Shank.
Kenya lady. All right, who else wants a go as Senator, you're back. Can you hear us? Okay, Senator, if you can hear us, I hope your account is now working with tunakuona. Mukeni, can I give you 1 minute so that you can ask your questions to Senator? I'm hoping he can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you. I've been here, even heard when you were speaking, just that I had some technical challenges.
Fantastic. Yes, wamekuingilia, wamekufikia hiyo account nyingine.
All right,
I'm
Senator.
back on. Yes.
Okay, let me ask a few questions. Over the past two, actually a little bit more, just before elections and going forward, the members of parliament made certain amendments to the constitution, certain acts. I give you an example. In fact, actually, it was even way before, I think, during Kibaki's time, they repealed the act that stated that public officials should not partake in public procurement. So those are things that we need to, revise. You need to advise us, how can we do that? Another one, for example, was minimum requirements for each position. And this one, this horrible Murkomen is the one who removed, the education levels for each different position. And they repealed it, meaning that you can stand for any position. I think the only one is the president, where you need to have, I think, a bachelor's degree, is that you can speak either English or Swahili, or you hand sign. And I'm thinking, these are the people who are going to write legislation. How can that be? They see there needs to be a certain level of education. We are not saying that people who are not educated cannot partake and that cannot represent, their communities or their voters. We're not saying that, but there is a certain level of education that is required. How many, all of you saw quite a number of, people who are being sworn in and they couldn't even read the oath, meaning that we can